Rob Brown Show goes right now. Hello, America. What up, world? Good morning, upstate South Carolina. I am Rob Brown. Over on the other side of the glass, the great one, Lonzo, in charge of the radio broadcast today. As always, ever so wonderful to have you. As we've got a show lined up for you with plenty to get to over the next 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment, excellence. Thank you. I will begin by telling you, and this is true, friggin' tired today, kids. Tired today.
Do you feel him, sir?
I do. Tired today, but champions rise to the occasion. We slapped the sign over the door in the way in. We tune in the Mamba mentality. We bring you 4 hours of greatness. And then Lonzo and I are going to take a nap. Not immediately, but pretty close to it. Not how I feel at all. Not even a little. Not even a little. And
yeah, but this is your day. This is like the best day because everything, I mean, there's so many cool segments and guests and all that kind of stuff.
Rashad's not here today.
Oh,
Rashad's here tomorrow. He got called into the office today. He let me know last night he got called to the principal's office and or sent on a mission. We don't know.
Come on. Hopefully the mission isn't in Canada again. I don't know why they send him there so much.
No idea.
What kind of spy work do you need to do in Canada?
Allegedly.
Yeah, okay.
But
you're right. He says he's in Canada. That's a perfect front.
Great front. We do not have Rashad today, but we do have Emily Adams coming up at 8:40. We will break down the Gamecocks season with her at the end of the 8 o'clock hour. We've got coming up at 8. What time do we go off the air? 10 o'clock. So 9:20. Numbers are hard. At 9:20, we've got Fight Club with the great one, Lonzo. And no shortage of stuff to get to. I'm going to demand an answer from Zoe. Am I on the wall? Or does my Goldberg streak of not taking a predictions punishment stay alive one more time?
All right, I'm just going to tell you now that I decided in my omnipotence, my powerful position, that I didn't have enough people picking. And so, all right, if you would have lost, we would have still did it.
Ah, there it is. Okay,
but
there it is.
You didn't lose.
There it is.
I think you were nearly perfect. But 4 people didn't pick. Only 3 people picked. That's not enough. I think if you're going to face the wall, you need and if you don't pick, I don't think you get to shoot unless you're unless you're a sponsor. If you're a sponsor, you can come in and do nothing but walk in and
I respect that. I think you can go with only 3 people. I just think that the loser only faces 2 off the Nerf wall. Like, you don't pick, you don't play.
Yeah, but it's not fair, and it also doesn't. It's not a good visual that someone's just sitting over there and not doing anything. And let's face it, if you're on the wall, you can't really stop someone from going over and getting a gun anyway. And then you got to think of punishment for that person for participating when they shouldn't be. And it's just it's convoluted. So anyway, I decided to not do it. But if you would have lost, we would have did it.
All right. We have got a lot that we need to get to into the radio broadcast today. We found out yesterday that despite just a little bit of a tease earlier this week from Spencer Rattler that he will indeed head to the National Football League draft. Spencer Rattler calling it a career. He could have come back for one more, but said he will decline that option and instead head to the show. No surprise there. He will be joined in the NFL draft by Nate Wiggins, the outstanding cornerback from Clemson University. He is taking off to the draft as well, predicted to be potentially the first cornerback off the board, likely no further down than the 3rd cornerback off the board. I think that he will be a very tail end of the first round draft pick, but Wiggins is gone as well from Clemson. So both teams starting to see the impact of the season come to its conclusion. We also have a bunch of transfer portal news to get to. Riley Leonard, the outstanding quarterback at Duke, will be the outstanding quarterback of somewhere else moving forward. And hey, what do you know? Notre Dame is in the mix. Not just in the mix, but the smoke up on social media right now is that Notre Dame will be the landing spot of Riley Leonard, the former Duke quarterback. Here's a fun fact. Do you know who Notre Dame plays in week 1 next season? That would be the Aggies of Texas A&M. Who's their new head coach? That would be Mike Elko, Duke's head coach this year. In week 1, we are getting a former Duke QB taking on a former Duke head coach, coaching and playing for 2 entirely different teams. So we'll talk a lot of transfer portal later on in the show. Plus, Matt Rule popped off yesterday. He got a little controversy started. We're going to talk about and listen to the comments of one Matt Rule later on in the radio broadcast. I also found yesterday, this was very interesting, and I'm going to jump in with this because we're going to do a lot of this in the first hour. ESPN did a deep dive. ESPN did an analysis of every college football roster as of today. And they did an analysis of every roster in order to find out how many players on every roster were original recruits to that roster and how many players from every roster were transfers in. And here's what they found. According to ESPN, up until this year, the average FBS roster was comprised of 6.5% transfer portal players. 6.5%. At the conclusion of this season, great one, they found that the average FBS roster across all FBS ball, the average FBS roster is comprised of 20.5% transfer players. That means when you look at a team on the field on Saturday, week 1 of next year, that 1 out of every 5 players that you see were not originally recruited by that school. They were brought to that school out of the portal. 20.5% of players on any average FBS roster are now transfer players.
I didn't catch it entirely. Because of math, how much has it risen from last year?
From 6.5% to 20.5%.
I wonder what the cap will be on that. When will it even out?
When you say even out, what do you mean?
Where you reach a percentage
like
where
we go, okay, it's just 20% forever.
It's going to be that average for, it'll fluctuate up and down a little, but it'll be like, right in there going forward as long as this is the way it is. Is 20%, is that it? Or is it going to go up higher?
That's a great question, to be honest with you. That's a real good question. And it's going to be interesting the next couple of years. I don't know that we can stick a number on that. I do think, as I have been following and tracking the transfer portal since players were allowed to open their name, the official opening day of the transfer portal is December 4th. That is next Monday. It is the Monday after championship weekend. That is the day that players can officially enter the transfer portal. But as of this past Monday, they can make their intentions known. So they can announce they're going in the portal, but their official entrance into the portal is Monday. So it's an interesting question from the great one. Is there a number? Is there a cap that we're going to get to a point where 20, 22, 25, 33% of rosters are transfer players? And then we just kind of hang around that number, maybe up or down a point year after year. And I'm going to say Yes, Zoe, but I also don't think it is going to, although I could entirely be wrong, I don't think it's going to escalate too much higher than maybe 25%, 1 out of every 4 players. And the reason why is there are still only so many spots available. There are only so many scholarships and walk-on spots to go around across FBS football. And I will also point out that this number from ESPN does not take into consideration guys who are FBS transfers who end up going down to FCS ball, right? So I think you're going to get to a point. We're going to hear from, hilariously, the guy yesterday that I found very interesting in his press conference is Matt Rule, the former Carolina Panther turned Nebraska Cornhusker. And by the way, the Huskers freaking love this guy, all right? He has put a lot of excitement into Lincoln, Nebraska. He had some comments yesterday.
I mean, how hard would that be? It's Nebraska. I mean, you know,
any hope's good hope in Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Any hope's good hope in Nebraska. So Matt Rule kind of came out yesterday and had a press conference where he talked a little bit about this and how he evaluates transfers. And he also, and I found this interesting because I don't think I've seen this before. He put a number on getting a transfer, top tier transfer quarterback into your program. He put a number on it. He said, this is the market value of that. And I was yesterday afternoon, I came in for a little while and I sat in with Diesel on off sides. And we had a little bit of a conversation about this that I found interesting. He said, hey, you have been, of everybody on this station, the only one that has been loudly and consistently pro transfer portal. Do you still feel the same way? You are the only guy that has been loudly and consistently pro NIL.
I don't think you need to put loudly in there each time because that's kind of.
I think I do because I think there has been mild support from other people. I think I was the only one that was cheerleading.
No, I meant because of volume level.
Everything I do is loud.
Yeah, so that's
everything I do is loud, and that's okay. We just have to all accept that. Okay, we just got to all accept it. So I think that after hearing Matt Rule put a number on a transfer quarterback, I would like to address that a little bit because I think people created a reality in their head that doesn't necessarily exist yet.
Are you going to ask for proof?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'm not.
All right.
Because for the record, I totally believe that. Right? 100%. You look at the transfer portal quarterbacks right now. Michael Penix Jr. is a transfer quarterback. Jaden Daniels, Jordan Travis, Bo Nix. Dude, just about every player that is going to be at the Heisman celebration this year are transfers. And a couple of them that were real close or got injured or else would have. All transfers. So, I don't for a second think that I'm going to ask Matt Rule for proof. Mainly because I think Matt Rule phrased it poorly and he created a divide in the conversation that did not necessarily need to be there. So when we come back here in just a moment from now, we're going to play you the comments from Matt Rule yesterday. And I would like to address them because, and this is true, that's my job. And I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it real good when we come back. I am Rob Brown, Lonzo, the great one, on the other side of the metaphorical glass. We have got a lot of show lined up over the next 3 hours, 45 minutes, and 7 seconds. And it all starts next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Smith and Jake.
All right, guys, real quick live read, and then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, America. All right, America, we're back. Spur Daddy, welcome in, big dog. So we're going to talk about that coming up later on in the show, because I do think there is a factor, Spur Daddy, that is going to, I think, impact. There's actually two factors that are going to impact, and I'll give you a little sneak preview. Number one, and I'll ask you, and you answer in the comments, Spur Daddy. If Shane Beamer does not make a bowl next year, is it his last year? And it's I'm hard pressed to say no, right? I don't want to think that way. But I think if you fail to make a bowl 6-6 next year. It's Beamer's not last year. I think if he's 6-6 and makes a bowl next year, then he's still on a hot seat, but he gets another year to improve. The second thing is KJ Jefferson played for Dow Loggins. You know this already. Dow Loggins is a former Arkansas OC. Former Arkansas tight ends coach. Now you're OC. He has been around Dow Loggins. He's got a relationship. I don't know how good it is, right? He knows him at the very least, but I believe he's got a relationship with Dow Loggins. And so if you're Shane and you feel like, I don't know if he does or not, but if you're Shane and you feel like your job is on the line, going to get a guy with SEC experience and let him compete with Lenora Sellers is the right call. But there is another problem with that. If you bring in KJ Jefferson and he unseats Lenora Sellers as the expected QB1 next year, Lenora Sellers probably transfers, and now you've lost a recruit you would have for 2 to 3 more years after that. If you bring in KJ Jefferson and he expects to be QB1 and he ends up losing the starting job to Lenora Sellers, then you are telling future transfers, you come here, you can still end up transferring here and not playing, which is kind of what most transfers are doing, is trying to find a place to play. So it's going to be a real tricky situation. But Shane coaching for his job kind of makes it feel to me like that's at least on the table, even if not a definite. But we're going to do this on the air coming up in a little while. But I'm glad you brought it up.
Sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
The Odyssey app makes it easy.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Rob Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a beat. Just hit Rewind with the Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate. Sound off on the text line.
71307.
The Rob Brown Show rolls. I couldn't get the button pushed, man. Button, like the no button just wouldn't.
No.
It wouldn't know.
It
wouldn't know. The Rob Brown Show rolls.
I think you were just missing the button because it looked like you're off just a
I
little.
was fumbling, man. Couldn't get it.
I can't. Next time, just point and I'll turn it on over here for you.
Matt Rule is the new head coach of the not new. He's obviously been in for a season now, but the soon-to-be second-year head coach for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. They got a lot of optimism behind Matt Rule up there in Lincoln, Nebraska, and I understand it. Everywhere he's been as a college coach, he's done well. And the Nebraska team very clearly got better as this season went on. It started really poorly, but the deeper into the season we go, the better Nebraska look. The results weren't always necessarily there on the scoreboard to show for it, but the team looked dramatically better at the end of the year than it did at the beginning. And that's what we've talked about with Matt Rule in the past. He's a 3-year turnaround kind of guy. Year 1, change the foundation. Year 2, get the talent in place. Year 3, you got a good football team. And we'll see if Nebraska can maybe jump back into the mix in a conference that frankly desperately needs them too for credibility's sake. But That is not what I want to address with Matt Rule. What I would like to address are the comments, particularly one comment that he made yesterday when he was doing his end-of-season press conference. Matt Rule got up in front of a room full of reporters in Lincoln, Nebraska, and they had obviously plenty of questions for Matt Rule. They asked him about Jeff Sims, the quarterback, and kind of how that relationship came about. And they asked him about the offensive identity and the defensive identity and yada, 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 yada. But of course, the thing that they needed to ask first and foremost was, where do you go from here? How do you handle recruiting? And how do you handle the transfer portal? Because that is, whether you like it or not, a major part of college football in the year 2023. And Matthew Rule had a very interesting take. I'm going to go with clip 1 here, if you don't mind, Lonzo. Matt Rule was discussing quarterbacks. Matt Rule was discussing how he wants to get a quarterback. Matt Rule was discussing how he's going to handle that position. And Matt Rule said this.
I think that the portal for me is I either want to, if we go to the portal, I either want to get someone with at any position, someone with multiple years, I think is on caliber with the guys that we have, or someone who's instant impact upgrade, like someone who can make a difference. Make no mistake that a good quarterback in the portal costs, $1 million to $1.5 million to $2 million right now. So just on the same page, right? So let's make sure we all understand what's happening. So, there's some teams that have $6 or $7 million players playing for them. So, we just kind of believe in doing things like the old school way, the hard way, building. But that doesn't mean we won't look at people in the portal. We did it last year, right? It just means they have to be clearly an impact player for us if they're like a 1-year player. Or they have to be someone that has multiple years to get in our program and develop.
So he said really 2 things here. Number 1, the way that he looks at, views, addresses players coming out of the portal and into Lincoln, Nebraska. And number 2, and I think this is the part that most of us kind of latched onto and want to discuss first. He said that a good quality starting quarterback cost anywhere from $1 to $2 million, and that some rosters have $6 to $7 million players on them. Now, I want to address what I think is a primary conversation based on the comments of Matt Rule that I think are misinterpreted a little bit or misunderstood a little bit. I was sitting in with Diesel yesterday on Offsides, and he did this, and this is where this came from. He said, so the school, or paraphrasing him, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but paraphrasing. He said, it's got to be tough if you're a school looking to recruit a kid, and you got to come off $1.5, $2 million to get him because that's the market price. And I said, whoa. That's not what that means. That's not what that means at all. This isn't like the NFL. I know some people are going to try to convince you that it is. This is not the NFL where KJ Jefferson or Riley Leonard are going to go to the school and go, my salary is $1.5 million. That is not the case. What it means is that there are NIL collectives at every school, and that these NIL collectives are gathering money to distribute to the players, technically not on behalf of the school, but on behalf of the school, right? And what this means is not that the school is scratching a check for $1.5 million. What this means is that if Riley Leonard's going to go to Notre Dame, you can estimate he's going to get $1.5 million in NIL deals. If Riley Leonard's going to go to Clemson, you can estimate he's going to get $1.5 million in NIL deals. If he goes to wherever, you can estimate, and here's the reality. When people use the term market price, The concept of the market price is not by definition what people are literally paying for a thing. I'm literally giving you 1.5 milli. What it means is the estimated average of what will be paid for a person or a product or a place or a good or a thing to be involved. So Riley Leonard's not catching a check. Here, Max Johnson's going to North Carolina. The former Texas A&M QB can't sign because he's not in the portal technically yet, but has already announced his intention to go to North Carolina. Assuming he's catching $1.5 million, it doesn't mean that Mac Brown has talked the president of North Carolina into scratching that check. What it means is that the estimated value of NIL for Max Johnson is X amount of dollars. And if that's what he's getting, then a guy like KJ Jefferson can go, if Max Johnson is getting $1.05, I should be able to get $1.06 or $1.07. And if he's getting $1.06, $1.07, a guy like Riley Leonard can go, wait a minute, if KJ Jefferson off a 4-8 Arkansas team can get $1.07, I should be able to get $1.09, $1.09.5 or $2. That is what Matt Rule means, not that these kids are getting cut a check for $1 million. And I think that it is important that we have a honest conversation about the words that Matt Rule used and what they mean versus creating some sort of inference that North Carolina just paid Max Johnson, not Mac Jones. Nobody wants to pay Mac Jones $1 million. Nobody's paying Max Johnson $1.5 million. That is the estimated NIL value that he can get by going to school X versus school Y. You look very agitated right now.
I just you basically just David Tepper the entire discussion right there.
Damn, you had to make it personal.
Yeah,
like
I mean, because in the end, I mean, if the school has an NIL collective thing there, then then the school is technically setting up. They're at least pimping how much money that the player is going to get, and it's always that thing that you don't want to say that the school's involved, but the schools are involved. I mean, that's what it comes down. That's what it comes down to. I mean, can you prove they aren't?
I don't need to. You're the one making a claim.
Okay. No. You made the claim first. You claimed that they're not doing it. So you did make the claim.
The default standard, you and I have had this conversation, but
who sets the default? The person who's talking. So that means you decided.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
That's all right. So.
The default standard is you are making a claim of impropriety against an entity. This case, it's a school, not any particular one school, so that we're all abundantly clear. Lonzo is not accusing any school of directly violating the rules. Now, will I acknowledge that there is a very good chance that some schools are doing it? Hell yes, I will. Absolutely.
I just, at the beginning of this, we're staying away from it. The schools have nothing to do with it. Then all of a sudden they have collectives and they have all these kind of things.
The schools don't have collectives.
You just said that each school has a
collectives exist within the atmosphere of the school. The school does not have a collective, right?
Okay.
So again, if I walk into a room of 100 people, there is a very high likelihood that one or two of them are probably committing some sort of criminal act on the regular, right? Whatever level it is, misdemeanors, felonies, whatever. If I walk into a room of 100 people, it is likely that one or two of them are routinely engaged in some sort of criminal activity. That does not mean that I get to start looking people in the eyes and going, you're a criminal.
If you have on your campus, if you allow organizations or whatever, the collective to be on your campus, then you are acknowledging that you're backing those things. This is all a wording thing, which is,
I don't disagree.
Which is, it's a fight that we have that's not necessary. They're paying players, man. It really comes. Whoever's paying them doesn't matter. They're getting paid. It's the norm now. It's just it's a fight that I don't get. It's a fight that I don't understand your defense of it. When it comes down to it, I think Matt Rule was right. I think they sit down and go, okay, this is going to cost us this much. Doesn't matter where the money's coming from.
That is the semantics, though. It does matter. The school can't do it.
But they know the money has to be a factor to get them there, which means the money is involved. Whether they're involved with the money or not.
Okay, I can agree with that.
The money is the thing.
I can agree
so
with that.
The money has to be there. Whoever's paying the money has to be there. So they have to make sure, whether it's, hey, we're having a meeting with, or we're having a get together, and you just happen to be over cocktails or whatever you're doing, talking to the guys. How much money are you putting down to get a player? I mean, you've got to know. How do you know that the collectives or the boosters or whoever's putting up the money, how do you know the money's there without actually talking to them to find out the money's there? Whether you're saying, hey, come here, we got this, you can't. If you don't know you got it, you can't make a way for other people to tell the player that you have it.
So
if you know you don't have that money, if you know they don't have that money, whoever has the money, if you know someone doesn't have the money to pay the player, you can't, or someone else can't entice them to come there. So to not even bother to mess with that guy because he needs $2 million, and you know that whoever they are who pays the money is not going to pay that much for them.
So I am going to say that I agree with a lot, if not most of what you said. Part of the reason that I think you've seen more and more coaches more and more frequently begin to use hard round numbers, $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million, like Matt Rule just did. And I do think that there is a reason for that. I think the reason for that is because while the schools are not directly involved or are not supposed to be directly involved, I do think that they have to find a way to send a message to the collective for what the collective needs to put together in order for the NIL deals to be in place should this kid come here, right? Should this kid have the contact and have somebody do the research and they go, all right, we believe this collective can offer you X million or X 100,000 or X 10,000 or X $100 in an NIL deal, because we're talking quarterbacks because that's the big number. And we as people like to deal in extremes, right? We like to deal in extremes. But we're also talking about what was it, Utah that was giving out brand new Chevy Silver, or no, that were the Dodge Rams. We've got Dodge Rams. We have got offensive linemen in mid-tier schools that are signing NIL deals with local fried chicken restaurants and wing joints. What was the kid in, was it a kid from Miami that because of NIL, he was allowed to start performing music? You remember that story? I can't remember where the kid played. There was an offensive lineman who's a musician, country music guy. Apparently real good, like real talented. And before NIL, he could not play gigs. And all he wanted to do was play live music. Before NIL, he couldn't play gigs because he couldn't get paid for him, and he couldn't just give that talent away. And once NIL came down, he could sign an NIL deal with local establishments that said, you come here as a member of the whatever football program, and you perform 2 hours worth of music, and in return, you will get a name, image, and likeness payment of probably, I mean, honestly, let's be real, probably what, a couple of grand a month tops, right? From some local country music venue. I think the reason you're seeing more coaches like Matt Rule put hard numbers out there is it is a call to action to the collectives without directly saying, this is what y'all got to do. You want us to go get a top-notch quarterback out of the portal? You want us to get a Max Johnson, a Riley Leonard, a KJ Jefferson? You want us to get a QB out of the portal? It's going to cost us $2 million. Can you do it? Right? Can you do it? We're going to go recruit them. We're going to go talk to them. We're going to try to sell them on the Nebraska life. Which, God, what a depressing sentence that is. We're going to try to sell them on coming to Lincoln, Nebraska. But in order to do that, we've got to know that if that kid's interested in coming to Lincoln, Nebraska, that there's going to be $1.05 in it for him. There's going to be $2 in it for him. And that's on you guys. We can't be involved in that, right? And I think that's where this conversation comes from. So I just found it interesting. I also find it interesting that all of this is coming from a guy who made his money this year with a transfer quarterback. Jeff Sims was the former Georgia Tech quarterback who transferred up to Lincoln. Matt Rule can sit here. And again, I don't think Matt Rule's anti-portal. I think Matt Rule is I think all coaches are kind of trying to like push it down a little bit. Like, let's not let this thing continue to roll downhill.
Well, yeah, because if you, like he said, you want a player that's going to be there a couple of years.
Hey, go find him.
Yeah.
That's your job.
Is it possible?
Yeah.
I mean, the climate, the landscape seems to be changing to where as soon as that window opens up, so many names are just popping up there, big time names you didn't think would move. And so it's going to be fun this time every year for us and people on radio and TV trying to figure out who's going to be the starting this or that next year.
I'm glad you said that. When we come back here in just a minute from now on the Rob Brown radio program, I want to address that. I think coaches are trying to push down on the transfer portal, trying to kind of use their words the best they can as a hindrance to the portal. Maybe not for the reason that you think I think. That was a real bad way to phrase that. Maybe not for the reasons. Shut up. We're coming back next segment with that. I'm Rob. He's Alonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. What if a quarterback transfers to a different school for so much money and just has a terrible season? Is it possible that he gets part of his deal cut, or is it guaranteed money? Contracts, man. NIL deals, just like every other deal, are contracts, and they're contracts that have to be dealt with. So
look at DJ when he signed with it was Dr. Pepper,
yep,
right?
It was.
And then to some people's standards, he wasn't that good, even though he still had a very much winning season.
Yep. But again, it's on players to recognize that if you transfer to a new school, there is obviously no guarantee of success. There's no guarantee of success for Max Johnson going to UNC.
Oh, something felt weird. Like it's never happened to you before.
What's happened to me?
Them dryer sheets, man. Still smells good though.
There's a potential
What is that?
that quarterback doesn't fit into that school or into that system or into what that head coach is doing. There is the potential that they could get there and be supplanted as the starter, in which case those NIL deals lose a bunch of value, right? My anecdotal discussions with people about this are that most of these NIL deals are being signed month to month, not for a full year. And that way, if something goes wrong, the collective or restaurant or business or whatever can back out of it if it goes sideways on them. But I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. What else we got going on here? I did not see Barry Manilow sing All I Wanted for Christmas Is You last night. No, that's it. Nope, that's it. I didn't see that. Is it possible to put a cap on this NIL transfer stuff, or is there already a cap? Why? Let me start with this, Jersey Joe. Why? Why should there be a cap on it? Right?
Because there is in other sports.
Right. Because those players have players unions and they agree to it. You want to put a cap on it? I'm fine with that. Allow the college athletes to form a union. Allow the college athletes to negotiate with attorneys on their behalf to a point that the players go, okay, we accept an NIL cap per school of X million dollars. But if you're not going to allow them to unionize, then no. The only reason there are caps in professional sports is because the players agree to them. You ever watch a game and see an outcome happen and kind of think it's your fault a little bit?
No,
Like
that
tuned into a football game and then suddenly the game's momentum turns around and you're like, oh, it's my fault.
I mean, joke about that, but I don't actually believe that because that's you know, if you have that kind of power, you could use it in other ways.
I don't either.
I mean, because if you have that kind of power, you could use that as an advantage for gambling.
100%.
You look like you're doing well. Watch this, and then you turn the TV on and say, "Yeah, see."
Last night I was in bed. I was flipping channels, and I came across the Florida State-Georgia basketball game in the ACC SEC Challenge. I tuned in with 5 minutes left. Florida State was up 17 points. Georgia went on an 18-0 run from the moment that I tuned in till the moment that the game was over.
I think a good portion of people think that. I've walked into the room a little bit late to games, or I get home on a Saturday night. I'm listening to a game and they're doing really well. I walk in, as soon as I sit down, things go horribly the other direction. It's just like wearing the same underwear for every game or turning your head a certain direction while you're watching the screen. None of that really works.
No, Steven, you shamed me for my monsters yesterday. And I am going monsterless today.
Yeah, I might have to advise you to drink one.
I don't have one in the building because I thought stop and get an emergency monster. You never know if you might need the emergency can. But I also know me, and I absolutely recognize that I would drink it. There would not be an emergency monster. It would just be a monster. So I did not stop and get it.
Well, if you need any caffeine at all, I can offer you some.
I got a couple
strawberry
of Coke Zeros in
There you go. There you go.
If I need it.
Good morning.
So, Lonzo had some thoughts in the last segment, which is good. That means that I am, by definition, thought-provoking.
America.
Why are so many coaches let me put it this way. Lonzo, in the couple of years now that the transfer portal has existed, have we heard a head coach yet go, I love the portal. I think the portal's great. I think it's fantastic. I think it's amazing. I think it's awesome. I am shocked we didn't come around to this idea significantly earlier. I don't think we have. There may be a mid-tier school guy somewhere that said it, but I am unaware of any coach who has ever come out and expressed affinity for the portal.
Although he didn't say it, he tried it. Some guy used to coach for Texas A&M. Brought in a bunch of high price players.
Jimbo?
Yes.
So you still never heard Jimbo say, I love the portal. Clearly, he was more than happy to utilize it with maybe the most.
Didn't work.
No, it didn't. Hilariously didn't work. You don't hear that. And I'll tell you.
It turns out that you actually still have to coach.
You do have to be a good coach. And I told y'all when he got there, he's not. Well, I didn't tell y'all because I didn't live here then, but you get it. Anyway, I have a theory on that. Coaches don't like the portal for one reason and one reason alone. It makes them work harder. That's it, right? It makes them work harder. It makes you work harder in some different ways. But the primary one is this. You have to recruit 3 times now. Number one, you have to recruit players out of high school to come to your school and play, right? Just like always. You got to pound the pavement. You got to get out there. You got to ride the back roads. You got to go to high schools around America. America. You got to talk to players, talk to coaches, talk to parents. You got to kiss some backside. You got to shake some babies and kiss some hands and get high school kids to go, yeah, coach, I'll come play for you. Then you've got to recruit out of the portal itself, right? You got to look at the kids in the portal and you got to go, because even Matt Rule just said it. Like, he's like, oh, it's $1.5 million, it's $2 million. But then what was literally the very next segment? When we take kids out of the portal, we're looking for guys that either have multiple years of eligibility left, that are going to be here for a while, or guys that are immediate impact players. Guys we know, they come out of the portal onto our team, they are day one starters. Out, no questions asked.
Or what he meant to say, it's Nebraska, man. People are only coming here for money.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of Husker pride up there in corn country.
Corn.
Because they got all that corn. And then if you get bored with the corn, you can get the hell over it, because that's what we got up here. We got corn. All right?
Those corn hats are still kind of, I want one of those. You know,
I'm not that big of a corn guy. It's not a corn guy.
I want a cheese head hat. I want a corn hat. I just want one. I mean, you know, I'll wear them once and
I
then
respect that. So now you've got to recruit kids out of high school. You got to recruit kids out of the portal. You got to talk to these kids in the portal and go, listen, I know you're going to get offers from 1 million schools, but here's why you should come to Nebraska.
Nope.
Perfect. But that's not it. You're not done. You know who else you have to recruit? You got to recruit the kids that are on your team, right? You recruit them once out of high school, and then once they're on campus, you got to recruit them again. You got to convince them why they should stay. Because if they know, hey, look, I probably don't have a chance here. Or, you know, I came here with every intention of being a starter, but the very next year they went and recruited this 5-star kid out of Apalachicola, and he's going to come in here and take my job, and I'm never going to play a snap here. I'm going to go somewhere that I can. Or, hey, man, like, I know I only got 100,000 in NIL deals here, and I can get $250,000 in NIL deals by going over there. Whatever the reason that a kid might hit the portal, or, hey, I just hate my coach. He sucks. Or he fired my position coach, and that's who I came to play for. Or I came here to play for this head coach, and he has now moved on to another job. Whatever. There's a million reasons. You have got to recruit kids from high school to your program, out of the portal into your program, and the kids that are on your team to not go in the portal and stay on your program. The reality here is coaches hate it because it is just more work for them. I
don't think you can be an old school coach anymore. You can't come in and be hard nosed and do the things, put players through grinds and things like you used to be able to do, because now you have to coach them and you got to kiss their butt at the same time because you're afraid they're going to leave. And it's got to be so much more difficult to be a college coach in this day and age than it was even a decade ago.
I'm going to say this response, Lonzo, but it's going to come across as very snarky. Please understand it's not directed at you. It's directed
It's directed at me. But
no,
that's fine.
It's directed towards that attitude. Shucks.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I supposed to feel bad for you, Matt?
So you just shucks, corn. I get it. I'm just saying, if coaching was my profession, my chosen profession, I would try to get out of being a college coach and try to go to the NFL.
That's a bummer. I'm sure Matt Rule's contract would just be such a labor on you. I'm sure making $6.7, $8.9 million, and you go, oh, but I have to be nice to these kids. It's not worth $9 million a year. I don't know about you, Zoe. I could kiss a lot of butt for $9 million a year. I'll tell anybody that I need to tell how amazing they are of a person for $9 million a year. Anybody. Don't care who it is.
What's with you in the butt kissing after the question yesterday about VKM?
$9 million. I will VKM whoever wants to be VKM'd. All right. I would join the KMA club all day for $9 million.
What if it's only $6 million? Is it? I mean,
yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
What if it's $1 million?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That is life-changing money.
I'm not going down from there.
So Yes, Trey. Yes, Steven. Yes, Brandon. Even you. All right? So the reality here is I'm looking at a guy in Matt Rule that recognizes this job's hard now, right? It wasn't like this when he was at Baylor, when he was at Temple. This job's hard now. You got to recruit kids out of high school into your program. You got to recruit kids out of the portal into your program. And you got to recruit the kids in your program to stay in your program. And as Brandon, noted Georgia Bulldog fan, has pointed out, you know what Nick and Kirby and Dabo are doing better than anybody else to where they don't have the headache that a Matt Rule has? They are building a fundamental culture within their program that kids want to be a part of, that kids want to be there for. And oh, by the way, a fistful of rangs ain't hurting nobody's feelings neither, right? Create a culture. It's hard to do, but if you do it, all this other stuff we're talking about becomes less of a headache. I was trying to work a headache segue there, but there's no way to do it without sounding like a jerk. Lines out with a sports flash. Nailed it.
It's the brain pain, Coach. Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins announced he'll head to the NFL. Wiggins is projected as one of the top cornerbacks in the draft next year and as a first-round pick. Wiggins registered 14 pass deflections in 2022 and 8 breakups with 2 picks in 2023. Spencer Rattler announced yesterday that his decision was made after 2 years in Columbia. Rattler, he will enter the NFL draft next year. Rattler ends his career with 10,807 yards passing and 77 touchdowns. Make sure you tune in tonight right here on this here station at 7:30 for Thursday Night Football as the Cowboys take on the Seahawks right here on your home for the NFL in the upstate. The Fan. Are the Cowboys for real? We'll see.
Here's another remarkable success story from QC Kinetics. This one from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, and it just kept on hurting for months.
From my high school football and wrestling days, I already had a little bit of damage in there. This just sent it over the edge.
Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement when he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics.
It was really fascinating how they did their work, and the science behind it was very intriguing, and it works. Extracting the cure out of my own body blew my mind. It's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic.
That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatments use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief.
Now I'm back in the gym. I'm 100%, feeling great.
If you're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I did that on purpose just because you were listening, Steven.
448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. 864-448.
You know, even if I'm out of time, if I got a chance to dig at the Cowboys, I'm going to do that. What is time? I control time here.
You do?
Yes.
Can you back it up about 20 minutes?
I control time within boundaries. I mean, you know.
Are you ready to experience MVP treatment in banking? Look no further than Founders Federal Credit Union, where personalized service is the winning play. Don't settle for being just another number. Join Founders and receive the personalized attention you deserve, along with great rates, loans for any reason, and a dynamic online experience. Visit one of their 41 convenient office locations or visit foundersfcu.com.
What is the best song about time? Is it Steve Miller? Is it, a song that talks about time? Is it Time Can't Give Me Time by Culture Club?
I am not saying this is the greatest song, but the first song that came into my head was Time Is On My Side. Yes,
Wow.
It is. I don't know why that's the first song that came into my head. Time is on my side. Yes, it is.
Proof that the Rolling Stones can do anything as bad as that song was, and it still was a hit, probably.
Time by Pink Floyd. Do you want a song that has time in the title or a song about time?
It's
Because if
yes.
it's about time, I'm going Yesterday by the Beatles.
Yeah, but they don't mention time. I think time, the word has to be
All right,
in
so
there
the-
somewhere. Yeah.
Um,
Even if it's just a line in the song, the title has nothing to do with time, but it's
sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the time whirl away.
yeah, see, time's in there. And he's talking about time, I guess.
Too much time on my hands.
There we go.
I've got too much. Time warp.
Let's do the time warp again. Now, one thing I don't do, Jesse, is I don't borrow hats. I mean, we've had this discussion before.
It's true. He went and bought a new hat to wear one time.
No, actually, I didn't. That was an ACC hat, and you got on me about
the cowboy hat.
Oh, the cowboy. Yeah, but I've worn it twice. I got my money out of it. I wore it for Halloween. Actually, I wore it 3 times. Yes, once on this show and once on Upstate Pulse. That's an award-winning hat. That doesn't count.
True.
I was at a beret at one point when I wonder what happened to my beret. I'd be rocking that thing like Sam Kinison right now if I could find it.
Sam Kinison.
That's a good one, Jesse. TikTok. And then I thought Hickory Dickory Dock, and it's the wrong version.
Hour numero dos. So the Rob Brown Show goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is in your ear holes. This is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob, the great one. Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glasses. I'm pushing the button switch, and the switch is making the show sound as good as it does. If you'd like to be a part of the radio broadcast, multiple ways for you to do just that. First off, you can join us on our live stream every day, all 4 hours at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate, or on Twitch by finding the Rob Brown Show. You can text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. The text line is officially open. You can tweet us or X us or post us or whatever you do on that website at The Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word, W-O-R-D. You can get at us on the email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. So I want to address one comment real quick, and then we will move on to the water cooler cheat sheet. Scotty Too Hottie Hawkins has made his appearance on the stream this morning. And he said in the NIL, the student athletes no longer have to worry about commitment. It's all about the money, just like the NFL. And like Lonzo said, you have to kiss their butt, and the players want their butts kissed, creating a world of spoiled brats. Scott, please know that what I'm about to say is simply discussion, not meant to be taken as disrespectful, because that's not my style. But no. This whole, we're creating an environment of Charlotte. Guys, you line up 80,000 deep on Saturdays to watch these guys play football. What are you mad at? You spend, I'm not saying you in particular, Scott, but this take. We crank 80K into stadiums on Saturday to watch these kids play what is effectively a glorified child's game. Okay? Because they can run fast, throw and catch a ball, and make good tackles. We put 80K into buildings on Saturdays around the country, not in one place. dozens of stadiums every Saturday put $80K in to watch them play. So for them to go, I would like a piece of the puzzle, please. I would like a slice of the pie, please. Why is that bad? Why is that bad? When they want a slice of the pie that generates north of $1 billion a year in that industry, and they're the ones doing the work, right? You know how I know that? Because ain't never a lower level football program succeeded. Never. The USFL, the XFL, like I want them to be great, but the reality is very few of you are tuning in. This is going to maybe get me in trouble, but it is what it is. Furman's got to beg people to come out on Saturdays to watch football. I'm one of them. I go. I love it. I'm trying to find a way. I won't be able to make it this Saturday for the first home playoff game. You absolutely should. But Furman, and I mean this in the most complimentary way, absolutely and entirely works their sizz off to get you in a building on Saturday. South Carolina doesn't have to try. Clemson doesn't have to try. Georgia doesn't have to try. Alabama doesn't have to try. And so the players at the top are saying, wait a minute, the work we are doing, the talent that we have developed over the years is bringing $80K to the stadium. Nobody's coming in to see Nick Saban. They're coming in to see us coached by Nick Saban. Nobody's coming into the university. You're not selling $80K for a theater production. You're not selling $80K to watch a kid do a damn chemistry experiment, as a very popular and famous movie once said. So this whole, you're creating a world of spoiled brats. No, you're not. You're creating a world where the next generation sees its value, demands compensation for its value. And don't tell me that that's not the value, because again, $80K are paying $150 plus to get into the building, and that's just what's in the building on Saturday, not the millions and millions of fans watching around the country every Saturday, bringing in big-time TV dollars. You are not creating a soft generation. You are creating a generation that goes, I know my value, and I want my value. And there is nothing wrong with that.
SAWFT, soft. And it's not just there, it's in the workforce in general. And it's not just because I'm getting older, but work ethics are not what they were 10 years ago. And when even the lowest worker feels entitled, it becomes a problem and product goes down.
You want to know why that is? I got a real easy answer, and you're all
because people like
pile on
Rob Brown spewing his drivel on the air and supporting these soft little pieces of
Or maybe it is because nationally profit margins of companies continue to skyrocket while wages have stayed, and people are going, hey, if you're not going to pay me more, I'm going to do the same amount of work. I'm not going to work harder if you're not going to pay me more for it. And now people who have always lived on work hard no matter what are being told, no, I'm good. I'm going to get mine. I'm going to live my life. I'm not going to work hard because that's what you're supposed to do. I'm going to work hard because I'm compensated for it.
Hey, man, show up to work, do your job. Don't find a reason to not come in. I mean, you know.
Steven said, Scott, meet Liberob. Hey, whatever. Whatever.
Oh, he could go a lot further.
You're damn right I could.
But
You're damn right I could.
That ain't happening.
But instead,
yes,
I got to do the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
bathroom break.
You can't use that one.
No.
Here we go. Welcome
Why? It applies.
cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
And I was already there. So, I mean, you know, I'm not going to say I panic because it still works. And the powers that be can go, why did you do that? Because we're talking about the water cooler.
The water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 sports stories you need to know before you head into work this beautiful November 30th of 2023. Let us begin with item number 1. Clemson and South Carolina have now both seen very productive, very effective members of their football programs begin to declare for the National Football League draft. Over in Clemson, Nate Wiggins is on his way to the NFL. Nate Wiggins, an outstanding cornerback for Clemson, is expected to be one of the, at worst, first 2 to 3 cornerbacks taken off the board. I will tell you in my evaluation, Nate Wiggins is going to be a late first-round pick, probably off the board somewhere in the neighborhood of 22 to 32, if I had to guess. Nate Wiggins, a 6'2", 185-pound junior from Atlanta. So he, according to Lonzo's metrics, can't make it in the league. He too small. Sorry, he too short at 6'2", 185.
Dude, come on. Come on. Bryce Young wishes he was 6'2".
Is a junior from Atlanta, emerged as one of the country's best corners this season. He will join Iowa's Cooper DeJean, Alabama's Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Georgia's Kamari Lassiter in the draft as the top-notch corners. Wiggins' strengths, speed, and length projects to be a prolific tester at the upcoming NFL Combine, which should push him up the list. Finished the season as well as any corner in the country, including a forced fumble, interception, deflected pass, and 7 tackles in the Clemson v. North Carolina game back on November 18th. He is considered to be the fastest player on Clemson's team and did earn first-team All-ACC honors at the conclusion of this season.
Hey, do you think Kool-Aid had an NIL deal with Kool-Aid?
I want to say he did. Not joking.
I hope so.
Which, by the way, 100% you're about to see a rash of players nicknaming themselves after products.
I would do that for sure.
Sure. What's up, everybody? I'm Sprite Brown.
I'm Mercedes Reitzel. What's up? I mean, you going for Sprite? Give me a car.
Like, if you're a real quick wide receiver, I'm 100% legally changing my name to Ferrari, right? What's up, everybody? Yo, this is Lamborghini Brown, wide receiver, University of Get Me Paid. Spencer Rattler is out as well, foregoing his final season of eligibility in order to enter the NFL draft. That was announced yesterday on his formerly known as Twitter account. Rattler started his collegiate career with the Sooners, transferred to South Carolina, spent the last 2 seasons there in Columbia, put out a very long note yesterday on his X account that said his, quote, memories will forever be with me and we will have lifelong relationships. With that being said, I will be declaring for the 2024 NFL draft. This has been a dream and goal of mine since I was a little kid, and I cannot wait for the chance to turn my dream into reality. Forever to thee, sincerely, Spencer Rattler.
Good move. I mean, his weight got him some more money, I think.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
with the season he had, for sure.
And to be honest with you, if he's looking right now and he can't guarantee this team going 9-3, 10-2 next year, now's the time to go. Now's the time to go. He cannot gain anything from South Carolina going 6-6, 7-5 next year. The only way he could gain anything by staying is if he came back and he led this team to 9-3, 10-2, 11-1. And realistically, with the returning players they do/don't have, and the fact that South Carolina is, for the second year in a row, going to have one of the most brutal schedules in the country next year, the likelihood of anything better than, say, 7-5, 8-4 next year is pretty not good.
Plus, the QB class this year is a little bit lesser than it was last year, so he's got a better shot of moving up some, especially if he does really well at the combine.
Yep. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. Item number 2. It is hot stove season around Major League Baseball and teams.
Why do they call it that?
I actually researched this once because I was curious. They call it hot stove season because a long, long time ago, especially for you kids out there, the internet didn't exist. And all of your baseball news came via this thing called the newspaper. It was like the internet, but they printed it on paper.
That's a myth. Newspapers don't exist.
They did. I've actually seen one before, like in a museum or something. And so a long time ago, they would print on paper. They print the news. They called them newspapers. And there would be a newspaper delivery guy. He would come to your house every day, very early in the morning, and he would throw the newspaper up into your yard, and you would go out and you get the newspaper. Well, this time of year, is when Major League Baseball free agency moves and news is coming out. This time of year is also very cold. And so you would go get the newspaper and you would bring it inside and you would sit around
the hot stove,
and you would read Major League Baseball news. So it just
also back in the day,
the hot news season.
The hot stove was where you got warm because they didn't have like central air.
Exactly why they call it that.
Stuff. Yeah,
because you would go get the paper, you would bring it in, and you would sit by the hot stove and read your news while you warmed up. And this time of year is the time of year that baseball transactions are happening. So you would go read the baseball transactions next to the hot stove, hence it being hot stove season. You're all welcome and smarter. It's my pleasure, really. Well, hot stove season rolls on. The Chicago White Sox are looking to move one of the most dynamic closers in baseball. That would be Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease is a guy that can really play the role of starter or closer. He has been, for Cody Decker and I, a big-time money winner for the White Sox in a starting role, and he may do the same thing next year for the Atlanta Braves. Per MLB Network's John Morosi, a Dylan Cease trade from the White Sox is imminent, and the Braves are not only in the running, but they are a front runner. He tweeted out yesterday, he X'd out yesterday, Dylan Cease trade talks have intensified in the last 48 hours, and some people close to the negotiations believe a deal before the winter meetings is increasingly possible. Cease's hometown Braves are the favorite. Dylan Cease was born in Milton, Georgia, lives in the Atlanta area in the offseason, seen as one of the more desirable starting pitchers on the trade market thanks to his 2 years of team control. Cease has a career 3.83 ERA across 123 career starts for the White Sox, spanning parts of 5 seasons. His best performance, 2022. He was runner-up for the AL Cy Young after going 14-8 with a 2.2 ERA in 32 starts, including a complete game shutout. So while there have been a lot of minor moves out there for Atlanta, the Bravos could potentially end up landing one of the most coveted starting pitchers in Major League Baseball's hot stove season in Dylan Cease. We will find out. And now we move on to item number 3. I thought about putting transfer portal news here. I thought about telling you about KJ Jefferson. We're going to talk about him coming up here in a minute. I thought about telling you about Riley Leonard. We're going to talk about him in a minute. I thought about telling you about Max Johnson. I'm going to talk to you about him in a minute. But I've decided instead to do this. The New York Jets yesterday have officially opened the 21-day practice window for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, of course, tore his Achilles back in week 1. There was all the hype, all the offseason drama going on about Aaron Rodgers leaving the Green Bay Packers, moving on to the New York Jets. The Jets built the whole ass team around him. He played about 67 seconds this season before his Achilles popped. The Achilles is expected to be a recovery time of 5 to 6 months before you can start working out again. Not in football shape, before you can start running around again. Aaron Rodgers practiced yesterday. Now, it was not a full pad, full speed practice. It was pretty much a walkthrough, get out there, jog around a little bit, throw the football, have some guys run routes, hit them in stride, yada, yada, yada. This is, regardless of your feelings on Aaron Rodgers, one of two things. Either an incredible and remarkable comeback story that makes him, by the way, available to be added to the regular season roster in the next 3 weeks. Or an absolute conspiracy theory, as was floated by Greg Doyle of the Indianapolis Star, who said, if this is true, Aaron Rodgers didn't snap his Achilles. There was something else going on. I love it. Let's fight.
Do you really love that? I mean, with the modern medicine makes so many advances year after year after year. They get better at things, and he had experimental surgery, and he's been working really hard. We've seen other athletes come back quicker than they're supposed to. I mean, the fact that they're saying that my dude is saying it's a work is that's kind of funny.
It's hilarious.
Because why would he do that?
It's hilarious.
I don't know. I mean, works usually have an explanation behind them, like when Michael Jordan went to play baseball. But I don't. Yeah, I mean,
first off, I just want to say I'm very happy that Aaron Rodgers trusted science and his doctors to fix his leg. I think that's wonderful of him. That's a wonderful attitude to take. Second off,
you're just going to be that way because you're tired, so you got to go back into the yeah. Okay, all right.
Second off, no, I don't think Greg Doyle is right. I think he popped his Achilles. I think he is an elite caliber athlete. I think that he is also an incredibly driven and determined dude and has probably done nothing but live, eat, breathe, sleep, fixing himself to get right. Now, Aaron Rodgers did tell Pat McAfee earlier this week that one of the major factors to his returning this year or waiting and rehabbing over the summer and coming back next year is the Jets' playoff chances. And to that, I say, okay, dude. Okay. If you're waiting on coming back for the Jets' playoff chances, we'll see you next year, dog. Because that team's real bad. Real bad. Bad enough that I don't know if you can fix it quick enough to even get a wild card, even though your division's bad, with the exception of Buffalo, who is a game under 500 at this point.
Although if he's ready to go and he looks like that he can win you like 3 games and get you into the wild card race, do you take that risk?
I mean, they are 4-7 behind the 6-6 Bills and the 8-3 Dolphins.
You're just looking in that division. I mean, overall, who's got the wild cards right now?
Right now, your division winners are the Dolphins at 8-3, the Chiefs at 8-3, the Ravens at 9-3, and the Jags at 9-3. Right now, your wild card leaders are the the Steelers at 7-4, the Broncos at 6-5, the Colts at 6-5, and the Bills at 6-6.
So they're right there. I mean, there's just a couple games. So 3 games.
2 games out.
Yeah. And there's 6 games left?
Yeah.
So if you can get 3 games out of him and you know that those are going to be wins, there's no guarantee.
I think it's going to depend on do the Jets steals, like, can the Jets steal one in the next few weeks, right? If they can steal one more before he comes back. And by the way, they got a real good chance. They got the Falcons this week, the Texans the week after that, then the Dolphins and Commanders. If they can take one of the Falcons, Texans, and Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Aaron
Washington
Rodgers coming back to finish up with the Commanders, Browns, and Patriots, because he's got to be activated in 21 days from today. That would set him up to be back on the Thursday before they play Washington, right? Now, he can come back and they can add him to the active roster anytime between here and there. But let's be real. Regardless of how this plays out, if he really did pop his Achilles, and for the record, I believe he's did. I like being a smartass on the radio, but I do believe he injured himself, and that was the correct, or that was the inaccurate depiction of the injury. This is incredible, dude. I need whatever mushrooms performance-enhancing drugs he's on.
But you also need the drive that he has and all that kind, and not everyone possesses that.
I'm up at 3:30 in the morning. I clearly have Aaron Rodgers drive.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Let's go back and listen to that first hour.
What are you talking about? The first hour was money. Was cash.
Okay. All right.
It was. We got to take a break. Come back here in just a minute. When we do, KJ Jefferson transferring out of Arkansas. He has connections to the Gamecocks of South Carolina. In fact, there is speculation taking place in the world of social media right now that KJ Jefferson could end up a Gamecock. Why would that happen with the chorus of Gamecock fans out there saying no thank you? I'm going to tell you when we come back. I am Rob Brown. He's the great Malonzo, and you are listening to the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Okay. All right, guys, real quick live reading, then we're coming right back. Please don't go anywhere. might do
CEO
this.
thinks a lack of execs on set is why the Marvels is underperforming. Okay. I thought the movie was pretty good.
It's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com.
So he's saying the movie would be better if there were more bosses, overseeing.
Stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com.
Chumba. Upstate Lights in the next break.
Upstate Lights in the next break.
All right, so I had the thing wrong. I'm horrible at listening.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Rob Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a beat. Just hit Rewind with the Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate. Early birds get the Sports Scoop. The Rob Brown Show, now morning 6 to 10.
Yesterday, we started getting a rash of quarterbacks entering the transfer portal. Riley Leonard from Duke has entered. Max Johnson from Texas A&M announced his intentions. Not only announced his intentions, but less than 24 hours said that when Monday rolls around, he intends to sign with North Carolina. Come on and raise up. Michigan State, Lonzo, lost every quarterback on their roster to the transfer portal yesterday. They had 3 QBs on the roster. All 3 announced their intentions to place their name in the portal on Monday yesterday.
Yeah,
Woof.
it's a good move on their part because all 3 of them did really well this year.
KJ Jefferson from Arkansas announced his intention to hit the transfer portal. KJ Jefferson is probably behind Riley Leonard, the most sought-after quarterback in the transfer portal. He's a guy that, despite playing for an inept Sam Pittman offense, despite playing on an 8-4 team, put up numbers that were eerily similar to Spencer Rattler's, though not quite as good. But he also played for a team that was somehow worse than South Carolina. So KJ Jefferson is being discussed, and KJ Jefferson obviously has some connections to the University of South Carolina in Columbia. His former tight ends coach, yes, I know he's a quarterback, not at tight ends, but all the offensive staff spends time together and all the offense spends time together. The former tight end coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks was, of course, Dow Loggins, who is now the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. And so the thought was there's a connection there. But there's actually something else in play here that I think has to be taken into consideration. And I will tell you, based on the limited discussions we have had since this conversation popped up after we got off of the air yesterday, the majority of South Carolina fans that I have spoken with seem to be adamantly against bringing KJ over to South Carolina. The South Carolina fans, by and large, though not consensus, seem to be more than happy to allow Lenora Sellers to be QB1 for the Gamecocks next year. But I also brought this up to all of them. I asked one question. I will ask it now to you. We've asked this question in the past, but it feels like in this situation, it becomes more appropriate to discuss it one more time again. My question is this. If Shane Beamer goes 5-7 next year as the head coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks, does he have a job in 2025? Or at least does he have a job in Columbia? And to me, the answer is no. This is not me chomping at the bit to move on from Shane Beamer. As Lonzo and I have said, many, many times. We like Shane Beamer. Seems like a good guy. He has come on the show with us before, had a good time. Didn't really hold back when we had him on. I like Shane. I would like Shane to succeed. I think Shane kind of got dealt the raw hand this year, if we're being honest. I think the injury bug at South Carolina was unovercomable for really anybody. The rash of injuries they had to fight through was heavy. But I'm also going to say that reality still falls under the tenure of the head coach. It is still attached directly to Shane Beamer. And so if this Gamecock football program comes out next year and they were to go 5-7 again, and they were to miss a bowl game again, I do think that Ray Tanner and company would have to say, we tried, we love him, the culture was great, but this just is not good enough. We're going to have to revamp and try again. Now, I bring that up because I think it could possibly, not definitely will, but could possibly impact Shane Beamer's decision-making. I don't know if you've ever worked at a job where you knew your back was against the wall, where you knew that you were facing termination. It has happened to me. I have worked at a job before where I was effectively told, look, there are 3 of y'all. We are going to take those 3 jobs and meld them into one. Whoever is the best at the job gets the job. The other 2 are gone. It will change the way that you approach people. It will change the way you approach situations. It will change the way that you treat people. I once worked for a guy whose back was against the wall. And I will tell you that when the not so well guarded secret came out that his job was at risk, he became a jerk to me and everyone that was around him. He never was before. We all liked the guy. But when it came to put the back against the wall and fight for your life, he became a jerk because his job was more important than how I felt about him. And I understood. Not everybody that worked for him did, but I understood it. His livelihood, his ability to pay his bills was more important than if Rob Brown every day at 5 o'clock went, gee golly willikers, I sure love my boss. He didn't care about that. He cared that the job was done, and he was going to raise hell to make it happen.
It's exactly what I think about my boss.
So, I think Shane Beamer's back is against the wall next year. To use the old cliche metaphor, I think the seat is hot. I think it's hot now, but I think it's hot now going into next year, not hot now as in this offseason is when he moves on or not. I think he goes into next year sitting on the hot seat with the result of 5-7 being deemed unacceptable, even with the difficult schedule.
I have never been a coach before, but I've got to believe that almost every coach knows when they have a losing season that they're in trouble. I mean, I think you've got to coach with that kind of mentality that, oh no, I'm not doing what I thought we'd be able to do here. I've got to do something different. Now, how drastic of changes are made, we'll see. Usually some firings of some assistant coaches, and we'll see if that works out. Just staying healthy would probably be a big step.
Huge step. Necessary step. And again, making the changes to the training staff and the medical crew and all that is part of his job description. That all falls under his umbrella. So my question here, to circle this back around to the beginning of the conversation, is I want you to, for just a minute, put yourself into the Air Force Ones of Shane Beamer. I want you to step into his shoes for a minute, and I want you to look at the position that you are in. 5-7 probably gets you fired. 6-6 keeps the job, but you got a real hot seat going into 2025. You have to improve after that. And you have a choice here to make. You have 2 guys that you can put under center. On one hand, you have Lenora Sellers. You have a guy who has had very limited spot play and has run more than he's thrown. On the other hand, you have KJ Jefferson, a guy with a lot of SEC experience under his belt, a guy that has battled adversity, and has put up numbers in the process. Shane Beamer is, in my speculation, Shane Beamer, Lonzo, is not picking the quarterback that he thinks he can develop into a long-term winner. Shane Beamer is picking the quarterback to save his job. Now, there's an inherent risk with either one of these two guys. There is the risk that you go with Lenoris Sellers and he doesn't turn into the cat that you dreamed he would be when he signed on to come play for you. I don't think that is going to be the case, but I have no way of knowing, and neither do you or anybody else.
Which one would you choose?
There's a part of me that is pulling me towards KJ Jefferson if he is an option in the portal. If my job is on the line. If my job's not on the line, I'm going Lenoris Sellers for one reason and one reason alone. We talked earlier, you have to, as a head coach, recruit 3 times now. Out of high school, out of the portal, and away from the portal. Guys in your program. Well, if Lenoris Sellers shows up, he's a highly touted recruit, he's celebrated, and then he gets told the year he's expecting to be QB1, hey, you're QB2, we're bringing in another guy. The likelihood that you land another 5-star quarterback in the near future pretty much goes kaput because they're going to go, that dude got benched for no reason. That dude got benched without ever getting a shot at being QB1, right? So if my job's not on the line, there's not a decision to be made. It's Lenoris Sellers. But if my job is on the line, I see the merits for going with KJ Jefferson. If my job is on the line, I see the merits of going with a guy who has SEC experience, who has numbers, who did it underneath an inept coaching staff at Arkansas, and who has a previous relationship with my offensive coordinator and play caller. There's a lot of tangible factors there that matter versus the one factor of Lenoris Sellers, which is I think he could be pretty good. And I understand if I go KJ, I am really damaging my ability to get star quarterbacks out of high school moving forward. But you know what repairs that? Winning. And I got to win now because my options are go 6-6 or better next year or be out of a job. And if I'm out of a job, my options are be out of a job and everybody loves me, or have a job and everybody thinks I suck. I'm going to take the one that I get a paycheck from. I'm going to take the one that pays me at this point. Texter said, as a South Carolina fan, I'm not opposed to KJ Jefferson joining the team. He has a ton of experience. I'm all for Sellers as well. However, he's very young and will struggle to reach a bowl game. Had another texter that wrote in and said, if Beamer doesn't at least let Sellers play, he's gone. Get rid of him. I'm assuming you're talking about Beamer there. That's big, man. That's big. Texter says, KJ Jefferson has the same play style as Sellers, so he's a great guy to learn from for one more year. Point 2, year 4 of Beamer after going 5-7, he's going to put his job in the hands of a redshirt freshman or a seasoned SEC vet. Again, that's the choice you get to make. We'll talk more about it when we come back. Rob Alonzo and you on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys, one more live read right here. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. right, my friends, we are back. Excellent research, Stephen. Excellent research.
How'd you deal with your arms like they are, though? I mean,
From the English Market Studio,
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
talk to Robin Lonzo. Call 844-FAN phone. That's 844-FAN.
Wrapping up our numero dos of the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. Be a part of the show, 844-326-3663. We got a bunch of texts that have come in so far. Texter says, how much longer are South Carolina fans going to be okay with just mediocre? Get another Spurrier in there. Beamer has, where'd the rest of that text go? Dadgummit, that's a real good one, too. That's a real good one. Beamer has the fans and the culture. Now give us the dubs. So I think that's where you're at. I think you were at that crossroads right now if you're South Carolina.
all right. So who's that guy, Texter? Who's the guy they need to get in there?
That's the crummy part about the job, right? That's the crummy part about the job. Man, it feels great to have a great culture. It does. But there is this misnomer in sports that great culture equates to winning. Great culture is absolutely a part of winning. I think you are far more hard-pressed to find a team that can win without great culture than a team that has great culture but not wins. But it does happen both ways. It's very rare that a team wins without great culture. I would point to the dynasties of the NFL. I would point to the teams that jump up and surprise those dynasties. Great cultures. You got to have it. Shane has no doubt built a great culture around the Gamecock football program. But as I have said multiple times, I do think you hit a point, no matter what level of sports you're at and no matter what the culture is, where you go, I don't care if we're having a great time in Willie B on Saturdays. I would like to win some, please. I don't want to go through another 8-game losing streak to my rival, please. I would like to be competitive, please. 5-7 is not going to do it for me. This is from a guy who, as we have mentioned multiple times, very much like Shane Beamer, very much wants him to succeed. I want him to be the guy. I think we've got, although minimal, a good relationship with the program and with Shane, and I'd like to keep it. I like the guy. But at the end of the day, there comes a point where I'm going to go on behalf, even if they won't say it, on behalf of the Gamecocks, 5-7 every year is just not good enough for me. That is too damn good of a football culture, of a community, to be represented by an annually 5-7 football program. I think the culture's great. That stadium hopping every single Saturday is great. I've been to a couple of games there. I'm going to tell you, in fact, I had this conversation on Tuesday night with some of the boys. One of, as a matter of fact, P1 Jack, one of our buddies, said he went over for the Carolina-Kentucky game with a couple of his friends that came down from Kentucky. And he said, I got to tell you, I was with the boys from Kentucky, but that stadium was so lit with a capital L that I kind of found myself getting involved. Like I kind of mob mentality into waving a towel to Sandstorm. I loved it. I agree. It is too good of a culture and too good of an environment for 5-7. And this is why I've said 5-7 next year, get Shane canned. I don't like it, but it does. And that is why I think KJ Jefferson is in play. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying he's in play because Shane is not coaching for 6-6 or 7-5 or 8-4. He's not coaching to get an elevated tier bowl game. He's not coaching for accolades. He's coaching for his life right now.
I think if he goes transfer portal for quarterback, he's telling you what he has in Sellers because he's coached him all year long. He knows what he can do and what he can't do and can guess on what his potential is going forward. You bring someone else in, as you said earlier, you risk him leaving. So I don't know. I don't know what I would do in this situation, but I know I would know what I have in Sellers by seeing him all year long.
Yeah. That's it.
Because you're definitely telling the guy, hey, you're not good enough. We got to bring somebody else in.
I don't think you are. I think you're saying you're good enough, but this guy's better right now, right? This guy's better right now. I want you to learn from this guy because that other texter was correct. They play a very similar style of ball. I think Lenore Sellers is going to develop into playing a very similar style of ball to KJ Jefferson. And I don't think you'd be wrong for going, here's the deal, Lenore, we're going to bring KJ in. He's going to be QB1. And if we get to a point in the season where you're playing better ball and it's obvious to everybody, I'll make the switch. But you got to understand, I'm coaching to keep my job. And you absolutely run the risk of Lenore Sellers transferring out next year. He goes, dude, screw this. I came here to play. I came here to be a guy. And with the NIL stuff, as we have pointed out multiple times, let us all keep in mind, if you ain't playing, you ain't making NIL money, or at least not as much. You're not maximizing NIL money. And I'm never going to fault a kid for wanting to get that paper. Never going to fault a guy for wanting the cash. Okay? So if I'm Lenore Sellers and I've had my mind set up that I sat from Spence, I learned from Spence, I got ready from Spence, and now next year is my year to take over and elevate this program, and then all of the sudden out of nowhere comes this transfer from Arkansas who takes the QB1 spot, that is a year of my career that I can't be A, playing, B, developing, and C, earning that paper. And that's not good enough for me. I'm out. You screwed me. And that's a risk Shane's got to take if he goes with KJ. But the risk if he goes with Lenoris is that Lenoris ain't the guy. And he can't handle SEC pressure. And he gets his butt whooped. And Shane goes 4-8 or 5-7. And then he's unemployed. He's got to go down to Delta State to revamp his career. He didn't want to do that. That's why I think this is more complicated than anything else. It is not so much, as Scott just said, 5-7, settle for that, and you're definitely not serious about football. Texter said, bro, you seen this schedule? We're going 5-7 at best. Oh, the schedule sucks for you next year.
You guys are never going to convince me. The schedule's going to be the same every year. It's going to suck every year. You know what? Every year before this, it sucked. The schedule is always going to be like that. The schedule's not the problem. The coaching is the problem. And I'm not saying Beamer can't do it because I hope he can. But it's a matter of coaching. It's not a matter of schedule.
I think this.
Look at how brutal Vanderbilt's schedule is. And
Right.
you know what? Their schedule next year is going to be really bad.
South Carolina's schedule, much like with the
Kentucky
NFL,
schedule, man. I wouldn't want to have Kentucky's schedule.
Listen, it's like the NFL. If you caught the NFC South this year as your divisional matchup, you got a break. If you caught the NFC East this year,
Yeah,
that
but you're trading off major players year after year. You're still going to have a major player in the SEC that you're going to have to face.
I think it's that. I also think it's the home and aways. But no, I am going to, and we'll for this moment on this particular topic, agree to disagree till another segment. I think South Carolina's schedule sucks next year. However,
it will the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that.
At some point, you have to look and go, 5-7 is not good enough. We're ready to elevate because other SEC teams are also going to have brutal schedules, and they're going to be looking to go 10-2, 11-1, 12-0, 9-3. And if you accept 5-7, that's a problem. So again, this really comes down to if you are Shane Beamer, you have a decision to make. You can replace Lenoris Sellers with KJ Jefferson and have an experienced, successful statistically quarterback who's played the game and hope he can get you to 6-6, 7-5, 8-4. Or you can go with Lenoris Sellers and take the risk, but keep your reputation intact with recruits. And that's not an easy decision to make. I do not envy Shane for that. I do envy all of you who are about to experience the audio pleasure that is Lonzo in your ear holes with this sports flash.
You're welcome. Duke quarterback Riley Leonard announced yesterday he was entering the transfer portal, as did Arkansas quarterback KJ Jefferson. Jefferson is rumored to have connections to the South Carolina Gamecocks, including a relationship with former Arkansas and now current Gamecocks offensive coordinator Dow Loggins. Bryce Young said the Panthers locker room refuses to point blame for the team's struggles at departed head coach Frank Reich. Young said he doesn't believe Reich failed him or the team, stating, "We all take ownership. We all could have been better." The Panthers take on Tampa Bay Sunday, and probably not going to be any better. Matt Rule stirred things up yesterday. Rule, when asked about the transfer portal, said a good quarterback in the portal cost $1 million to $2.5 million to $2 million right now. We are your home for Furman Paladins football. Tune in Saturday for the playoffs as Furman takes on Chattanooga. Never go for that third story. Just can't get it in there. Sorry, the schedule thing, but I mean, they're going to have a hard schedule every year. They're in the SEC. It's just not, it's not going to get, I mean, it might get a little bit easier some years, but it's always going to be hard. The schedule is an excuse. Just win, baby. Just win.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show has a new location, the District Park at the intersection of 123 and 153. Millions of new lights, carnival rides, a petting zoo, and pony corral. Open now through December 31st. UpstateLights.com. That's UpstateLights.com.
Requesting the football coach Davos Lee. My friends in South Carolina Forestry Commission want your help in fixing the wildfires. For additional more calls by humans, which are about 90% of all wildfires. Careless outdoor debris burning, lax campfire safety, and improper vehicle and equipment use are the leading causes of wildfires in South Carolina. These wildfires end up destroying an average of 10,000 acres of forest land every year. Think before you burn. Let's cancel wildfires, South Carolina.
Sponsored by the South Carolina Forestry Commission, the South Carolina Broadcasters Association, and the state.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine. So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for
Smith and James in the next break.
10-4.
About Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Upstate. WORD Spartanburg.
WBC HD3, the official sports voice of the Upstate Fan. CBS Sports Radio. Live from Philadelphia.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents me to win.
Yeah. Unfiltered sports talk manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show. Get Rob only on
The Fan. Upstate.
Was it ready? Yeah! Yeah! The Rob Brown Show starts out. We're number 3 of 4 right this very second. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Great to have you here on the radio program. I am Rob, the great Milonzo on the other side. Up the metaphorical glass this AM. If you'd like to be a part of the radio program, the phone line's open for you, 844-326-3663. Can text us on the carpros.com text line 71307, 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. Oh, it's a party up in her. Party up in her.
You're not going to start singing this hot in here because, no.
These buttons were a mistake.
It'll work better if the music was still playing, but
Can we talk about just absolutely out of control college football programs right now? I'm specifically talking about Texas A&M and Arkansas.
America.
Bobby Petrino was hired as the offensive coordinator at Arkansas. Now, some of you may have forgotten the story of Bobby Petrino. Bobby Petrino took over as the head coach at Louisville in 2003. After only one season at Louisville, Bobby Petrino super top secretly interviewed for the coaching job at Auburn. Except for Auburn hadn't fired Tommy Tuberville yet, and then decided not to fire Tommy Tuberville. So he was like secretly looking for another job behind Louisville's back. Less than a year after they signed him to a contract, didn't get the job, came back to Louisville. Louisville forgave him. Not just forgave him, but in less than 2 years after that, he signed a 10-year, $25.6 million contract to stay on board as the head coach of Louisville.
Poof.
Then he did indeed go poof. As less than 6 months after signing that 10-year contract, it was announced that Bobby Petrino accepted the head coaching position with the Atlanta Falcons. He went to Atlanta on a 5-year, $24 million contract. They brought Bobby Petrino there to develop Michael Vick into a more complete quarterback. He got there, and this is true, sucked. He went 3-10 for the Atlanta Falcons. And then he took the job at Arkansas mid-season. Now, that at the end of the day, not the end of the world. What was pretty bleeped up about that story was that when he announced his departure from the Atlanta Falcons to head to Arkansas, the way he announced it to the players was to write one note, copy that note a bunch of times, and tape that note into the lockers of the players on the team. Never had the rocks to look them in the face and go, thanks for your effort, boys, but actually, I quit.
Well, he kind of fired the team. He fired himself
Fired
from
himself,
the team.
yeah.
Yes.
So he took off and he went to Arkansas. And that is where the story gets fun. In April 2012, Bobby Petrino was involved in a motorcycle crash on Highway 16 near Crosses, Arkansas. He was riding with former Arkansas All-SEC volleyball player Jessica Durrell, whom he had hired March 28th as a student athlete development coordinator for the football program after she served as a fundraiser in the Razorback Foundation. Petrino initially said he was alone on the motorcycle. However, on April 6th, just minutes before a police report was to be released showing Durrell was also aboard the bike, Petrino admitted that not only was she a passenger on the motorcycle, but that he had been conducting an adulterous relationship with her. Arkansas placed Petrino on indefinite paid administrative leave while they investigated the situation. So it turned out that Bobby Petrino was engaged either with, at the time, an active Arkansas volleyball player, or immediately after she concluded her career at Arkansas, he got into a sexual relationship with a college-aged woman outside of his marriage, and then crashed his motorcycle. And also, by the way, had the cops involved too, because a state trooper who served as Petrino's game day police detail drove a badly injured Petrino to the hospital so that he could get away with the lie of, I was by myself. On April 10th, Arkansas announced that Petrino had been fired with cause. It was discovered that Petrino and Durrell's relationship was an open secret in the football office, with Petrino frequently sending Durrell gifts, including a previously undisclosed $20,000 in cash as a Christmas present. Durrell used the money to help buy a new car. It was also revealed that Durrell may have received preferential treatment in her hiring on the football staff, as Petrino's relationship with Durrell was not disclosed, and Petrino was on the hiring committee. Arkansas determined that Petrino's attempts to mislead both him and the public, or both the school and the public, about the accident and his relationship with Durrell were grounds to fire Petrino with cause. In the course of hiring Durrell, Petrino also circumvented university affirmative action guidelines requiring job postings to be listed for 30 days before interviews began. He basically did a lot of stuff wrong in order to hire a college-aged woman that he was doing the old unskinny bop, bop, bop with behind his school, employer, athletic department, and his wife's back. So then he left. He was gone, fired with cause. He went on to go coach and replaced Willie Taggart at Western Kentucky. After Charlie Strong left Louisville, Bobby Petrino returned to Louisville after getting unanimous approval by the University of Louisville Athletic Association, signed a deal that was to pay $24.5 million over 7 years with a buyout of $10 million. 2018, he was gone because he was, once again, not good at the job. He went to Missouri State University, where he had been until 2022, and now he has been rehired at Arkansas as their offensive coordinator. What?
Is the staff the same at Arkansas that was there when they let him go?
No,
Okay.
it is not.
All right.
But my thought would be here, and
Yep.
I am
Publicity, internet. There's a lot of things that might say, "Hey, did you guys know that this happened when he was here before?"
if you are older than, say, 15 and have even a passing interest in college football, you know the story of Bobby Petrino, because for a couple of weeks there, it was the most interesting thing going on in sports, and that was just the Arkansas part of it. That does not include his departure from Louisville. That does not include his departure from the Falcons. That does not include his departure from Louisville again. That's just what happened with a college-age woman that he had a completely improper professional relationship with. He had a completely improper personal relationship with. He routinely and consistently lied to the school in order to make it happen and cover it up, tried to lie after the motorcycle incident, continued to lie until somebody in the police department called him and went, "Yo, bro, that report's going public." And about 10 minutes before it went public, he grabbed the mic and was like, "Hey, that's my bad, y'all. That's my bad. That's my bad." I don't know what Arkansas is doing here. I don't understand what Arkansas is doing here. Like, I've already got enough issue with Mississippi State's new head coach.
Do you not believe in second chances?
Do I believe in second chances? Yes. I believe that they are earned, not given. I don't just hand a second chance. I expect you to show me that you have earned it.
Does Arkansas have the kind of reputation that can be sullied, that it can be lessened? Last I checked, they're still Arkansas. I mean, if you're an Arkansas fan, not being mean, but you're still Arkansas. So, I mean, how much does it hurt you publicly, really?
For the record, to me, this is not about Arkansas. It's not. This is about college football. This is about football as a whole. I mean, yes, it to me is wildly embarrassing, right? It's the cousin who shows up at a wedding in a tuxedo t-shirt with no sleeves on it. That guy doesn't care. That guy doesn't give a damn what you think about him.
In Pickens County, it's kind of normal, but just
shots fired. That guy doesn't give a damn what you think about him. But everybody else in the building is like, "What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Have you no shame?" And the answer is, nah.
Is he that good of a coach that they're willing to get past that? Because people still keep hiring him.
He is viewed as an offensive play calling genius. Yes.
There are a lot of people who say, what you do in the bedroom, that's your business. And so maybe that's the stance they're taking.
I can actually.
I mean, because if there's no motorcycle accident,
I can actually get down with that. What I can't get down
so
with,
to speak.
So metaphorically, and again, I promise you. I promise you, I am more accepting of people's lifestyle choices than probably 99% of people listening. Okay? I don't care what you do as consenting adults.
I wanted to help you get something political into every hour.
That.
I mean, for consistency's sake. Yeah.
I don't care. Do I think it is inappropriate in this case? Yes. Not because Bobby Petrino was having an adulterous relationship. That is between Bobby Petrino and Bobby Petrino's wife. But there is a difference between Bobby Petrino was having an inappropriate relationship and Bobby Petrino was having an inappropriate relationship with somebody who was under his authority and power within the school. That is a power dynamic within the hierarchy of employment that Bobby Petrino was in that is inappropriate and unacceptable. But even if we put that to the side, Bobby Petrino, for a number of hours, days, and weeks, flat out, straight up, entirely lied to his school, lied to his athletic director, lied to his athletic department. And while the athletic director is different now, it was, I think his name was Jeff Long at the time or something Long. Now it's Hunter Yurachek. It's a different person. And I would look and go, it's one thing to give a second chance. It's another thing to show that a second chance has been earned. What has Bobby Petrino done to show that a second chance has been earned to the group of people, not the same people, but the Arkansas fans, that he bold-faced and entirely lied to their faces for days or weeks, that you're willing to go, yeah, no, for sure, we're going to pay you dozens of millions of dollars to come back and be our guy again? Or have we reached, and this might be a reality here, have we reached a point within collegiate football that we don't care anymore? I find it really funny that whenever we talk about players, like we did back in the first hour of the show, we got plenty of text from people going, what about character? What about integrity? What about commitment? But when Jeff Lebby gets hired, a guy who is not just caught up in the Art Briles scandal, Art Briles is his father-in-law. He coached under him at Baylor when players were now proven to regularly be sexually assaulting other students, and the football team was going out of their way to cover it up so that there would be no repercussions. Libby was the position group's coach for the player that was the trigger to that entire controversy coming to light. Lebby has not only never been apologetic for it, but do you remember, Zoe, about 6 weeks ago, there was a big scandal going on because Art Briles was on the sideline of an Oklahoma football game in Oklahoma colors, and everybody was going, yo, that guy's a piece of human garbage. Why did Oklahoma allow him on the sideline to wear the colors of crimson and cream? And everybody got upset, and in my opinion, rightfully so. Art Briles, I would never be okay with Art Briles wearing my logo on the sideline, wearing my colors on my field. Do you know why he was there? Do you know why he was doing that? Do you know why it was elevated? Because his son-in-law, Jeff Libby, was the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma and set the whole thing up in the dark. And then what happened? 2 months later, Mississippi State hired Jeff Libby to be their new head coach. A guy that is not embroiled in the Art Briles scandal. He is a major cog in it. I would argue, outside of Art Briles and the players who were committing sexual assault on other students, Lebby was the number one cog in the wheel outside of those two parties. And Mississippi State hired him. Here's the point that I'm making. I find it unfunny, disappointing, and a massive letdown that when we talk about NIL, I get a dozen texts from people going, what about character? What about integrity? What about moral aptitude? But when a guy like Lebby or a guy like Petrino gets hired, I hear crickets. I have not, in this segment, got a text about integrity, character, or morality. I have gotten not a tweet about character, integrity, or morality. I have gotten not a stream comment, not a phone call, not an email, not an interaction at all using the words character, integrity, or morality, but y'all lit me up earlier when I said that players should be allowed to move from one school to another for more money. Oh, those guys got a lack of character, a lack of commitment, a lack of integrity, a lack of morality, but not Bobby Petrino, an open, bold-faced liar and a coward. Not Jeff Lebby, who got a new coaching job after bringing Art Briles with him, a bad person, to go represent a university that he worked for that nobody wanted him at. Oh, and by the way, covering up multiple instances of sexual assault at his job 2 stops ago. Not a one. Not a one. This is my problem. It's not about Arkansas's offensive coordinator. I frankly, respectfully, Hogs, don't give a damn about Arkansas or their program. They are nothing but a team that I encounter 2 or 3 times a year when they play South Carolina, LSU, Alabama, Georgia, any of the teams that we cover here on the show. That's it. That's all Arkansas is on my radar. I am more concerned about college football as a sport, A. I am more interested in the reasoning that when I talk NIL and transfer portal, you guys are very quick to slap the label of no morality, no ethics, no commitment, no character on players, but guys like Lebby and Petrino don't get a single text. Think on that for a minute. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show. We're back after this on the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, real quick live read, then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. Where did you see that, Corey? I'm going to look for it right now. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say we're breaking the glass on the way back, dude. Yeah, that's real bad. That's real bad. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention, big dog.
We're for the ones who specialize in saving the day, and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to act. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
So I have been in the operating room most of my career, watching people have orthopedic surgery, watching people get knees replaced, hips replaced, shoulders fixed, and I knew there had to be a better way.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
Dr. Dan.
Non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain relief.
I see so many people who could have been helped before they got to the operating room if only they had known about regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics, a natural alternative that uses your body's own healing properties to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, providing long-lasting relief without drug surgery.
Brett Crawford just said some of the names I've heard who will enter the transfer portal Monday will make your head spin.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772.
Campus of Pelham is a continuum care retirement community. Assisted living, memory care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing all under one roof. And MD will visit twice a week.
James Teddy Bear Toss is this Saturday evening. I will be there working. Come on by. If you see me, yell at me. But yell politely at me.
Would it be acceptable to try to hit you with a teddy bear?
100%.
Okay.
I'll be walking around on the ice when it happens. As long as it's not one that's like wearing a football helmet or something.
Yeah, don't put like a brick in it or something.
Right. They are going to children afterwards, so.
Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app. Today, partly sunny and milder, high of 60.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer. COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you.
As long as everyone knows that was just a joke, please don't do anything like that. don't do that. You don't want to chunk the ice. That will delay the game.
Yes,
You'll have to bring the Zamboni out to fix it.
Last year we had multiple games where a player got hurt and an ambulance had to take him to the hospital, but they have to have an ambulance there to play. So we had like 45-minute delays waiting for an ambulance to show back up. And the game there was one where it happened twice in a game. The game went like 3 hours long. Glass worth breaking, as we have some breaking news here that you Gamecock fans are not going to enjoy. Breaking news brought to you by our friends at BetQL. Be a better, be smarter, beat the books. And don't forget to listen to Bet for the Cycle every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL network and Fine Odyssey stations everywhere. Being reported by multiple sites now, first broken by J.C. Sherbert of the Big Spur and Big Spur Insider. Antoine Juice Wells is entering the transfer portal on Monday. That is big. There was a lot.
Why is it big?
Because that guy.
How much did he play this year?
That guy's your Xavier Legette of next year. You know how good he is. We've seen how good he is.
Have we?
Yes. Antoine Juice Wells last year, before he got dinged up, was on his way to being a star.
Was he?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Antoine
so you're
Juice
losing
Wells
a commodity that you're speculating was on their way to being a star.
was already a star who was injured. Now,
see, if this were Legette, then that would be a problem.
this is Legette.
This
is Xavier Legette for next year.
I don't think it is.
This is Legette for next year. This was going to be the guy that, regardless of who the quarterback is, but especially if it was Lenora Sellers, was going to bring you an experienced, precise target on the outside. And now you've got to replace that. Now, the good news is you've got the guys like Nick Harbor in the system, but it's a lot of young guys. It's not a lot of experience out there. Juice was going to be a proven commodity with experience on the outside. Now, this makes everything that has been happening off the field with Juice Wells a lot more interesting. There have been some folks who cover the Gamecocks who have been saying for some time that Juice Wells would have been cleared to play weeks ago, that this was a personal decision. It was reported that Juice Wells was not coming to home games. It was reported that one weekend, Juice Wells was down in Miami during a home game weekend and wasn't down there on rehab. He was just going to hang out, get a little vacay in. I don't know how much of that, if any or none or all of it, is true, accurate, and correct. I can tell you that at least from, or maybe only from, a talent perspective, this is a big loss for Shane Beamer and his Gamecocks. There is a narrative going around on social media right now. I'm hesitant to even mention it because I don't really have a ton of justification yet. It's more, there's a lot of coincidence here. That Antoine Juice Wells may have been asked to leave. May have been told, hey, it might be a good idea for you to go ahead, put your name in the portal and find a new place to play because your commitment to this team was lacking. I don't know. All I know is this was an experienced, proven commodity on the outside that is now gone and must be replaced. Shane Beamer's job just got more difficult. And I'm going to take it one step further and say this is now a little bit more of a lean for me towards if KJ Jefferson's on the table, I'm taking him.
So we don't know all of the receivers that are going to show up in the portal until our minds are blown Monday.
Brad Crawford at 24/7 just said on Twitter that some of the names that are going to enter the depth chart Monday will, and I quote, blow your mind, end quote.
Is there a possibility of someone who was healthy last year, who's available that they could bring in to replace the guy who didn't really play this year?
I don't know. And on top of that, here's the other fun part. Like we said earlier, 3 forms of recruiting, right? You got to recruit kids out of high school. You got to recruit kids out of the portal, and you got to recruit kids to stay in your program and not go in the portal. But here's the thing. That second one, recruiting out of the portal, you know who else is recruiting out of the portal? Everybody. And if you're Shane Beamer right now.
You mean everybody?
I mean everybody.
Everybody? Even the people up the road?
Yep.
Wow.
Everybody.
I thought the narrative is they didn't do that.
Some will use the portal more liberally than the others. Some are much more conservative when it comes to the portal than others. But everybody is going to be Monday morning when the portal opens on the NCAA website, perusing the talent that is in there to see if there's a dude or dudes that would fix this team or help their team. And that includes South Carolina. But again, let's think about this from a recruiting perspective. Let's say there's a redshirt junior, a true junior in there who is a playmaker. If you're Shane, what is going to sell that wide receiver? We got a great culture, sure, but the next pitch, we have got a second-year player with minimal SEC experience, or we got a guy who stacked numbers in a bad offense. Imagine what he's going to do in a good one.
You know, it's fortuitous. That would be that we would have a guest coming on that was actually scheduled to, come and talk about Gamecocks.
We sure do.
That would be fortuitous.
It is the ever so lovely and wildly talented Emily Adams who will join us here in just mere moments. We run to a break. Emily Adams from the Greenville News will break this and the rest down with us when we come back on the Rob Brown Show. Rob Lonzo and you on the Fan Upstate. James, what is this portal you speak of? As a Clemson fan, this is new and scary. All right, guys, we're going to step away for a couple of minutes while we get Emily lined up. Don't go anywhere. We will be talking Juice Wells when we...
situation turns into. So it feels like that room is now a lot messier. And the fact that the running back room is already messy, looking at next year, the fact that the tight end room is a little bit unclear looking at next year. It's just to not have any security at the skill positions with a brand new quarterback is a tough position to be in coming off of a losing season.
So I want to circle back around, Emily, to the possibility of a wide receiver out of the transfer portal and whether that's something that Shane might be interested in. But I think that if you are a wide receiver in the transfer portal, the first question that you might have for any program you're interested in would be, who is throwing me the football? Arkansas quarterback KJ Jefferson puts his name in the portal on Monday. He announced that earlier this week. And obviously there's the connection of Dow Loggins. There were a lot of reports out of Arkansas that South Carolina was a team that KJ Jefferson may consider transferring to. I said earlier in the show, Emily, diagnosis for me, tell me where I'm right or I'm wrong, that I really do feel like next year is a prove-it year for Shane Beamer. I think 5-6 or anything below, and we've probably reached the end of the Shane Beamer era. He's got to make a bowl game next year, and even then the seat will be hot, but it'll at least get him a job for one more season. Do you think there's the possibility that Shane Beamer feels like he's going to be coaching for his job next year? And if he is, he would risk the relationship with Lenora Sellers to bring in an experienced SEC quarterback that would not only be a little bit more ready for the fire of an SEC season, but now would also make recruiting a wide receiver out of the portal a little more realistic.
Yeah, it's tough because I think, if a guy like KJ Jefferson calls, you don't say no. You don't turn away the interest from someone like that. But I just don't know that it would be the smartest move for them. It feels very short-sighted to me. And again, if Shane feels like he's in a position where he's coaching for his job, which, I don't know that he necessarily is. I think, it definitely needs to look better than it did this year. But I don't know. I think a bowl game probably is going to be the standard, but I think he might get one more year or two of wiggle room on the end of that. But yeah, I don't know. I think with a guy like Sellers, who did get a chance to get on the field at least a little bit this year, you clearly are excited about to not sort of give him next year to develop and to bring in a guy who does something very similar to what he does. If you're bringing in a Spencer Rattler type, a pocket passer guy, a game manager, that's sort of different. You're catering to a different play style, but to bring in basically, Lenora Sellers as a senior and KJ Jefferson, I think that's a really hard sell.
We're talking with Emily Adams of the Greenville News here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. We have got breaking news as Antoine Juice Wells, according to multiple sources now, intends to enter his name into the transfer portal when it opens on Monday. Just from the perspective of Juice, I know we kind of touched on it a minute ago, but from your perspective as an offense, with what we know about the returning players, guys like Nick Harbor, etc., where does this wide receiver room stand with the loss of Juice?
I think it's one of those things where they have talent in it still, but it's just all super, unproven. I think, even with Nick Harbor, he had some really big plays, really good moments this year, and he had some really bad drops. He had some moments where he ran routes like a freshman and clearly did not know where he was sort of supposed to be. And that's understandable, but that's also a really hard thing to work through if you also have a freshman quarterback. It's those connections are going to maybe be, not as strong because they're trying to figure out the playbook as much as they're trying to, figure out each other. So I don't think the talent in the room is bad. I just think they're not in a place developmentally where it's going to be competitive out of the gate.
Emily Adams joins us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. So talk to me a little bit about who becomes that guy for South Carolina. I mean, I kept waiting for a breakout game. We had some breakout plays from Nick Harbor this year. Omega Blake had some real clutch catches in some big spots for the Gamecocks, but now I think they've got to find who it is that can step up and at least fill the role or attempt to fill the role, but at least be that towering target so that the field spreads out and they're not just bracketing the primary route every time. Is there anybody in that locker room that you think is a candidate that can maybe at least threaten to replace the numbers that Juice Wells leaves behind?
I mean, in fairness to Leggett and to Juice, both of those guys had, their big seasons were, top of the SEC type level seasons. And, I think if you look at next year, I don't think anyone in that room is, a top 3-4 guy in yardage in the SEC. I think, any of those three, Harbor, Blake, or even Tyshawn Russell, who had, similar things, really good flashes and then really freshman moments. But I think any of them have the potential to be, a receiver one. I know, Nick Harbor and Lenora Sellers are very, very close friends. They, work out a lot together, have been since last summer. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if he becomes a really high volume target next year, if it is Lenora at quarterback. But it's, I just don't think any of those three are really ready right now. And I don't think, again, with a freshman quarterback, they're going to get there before the start of next season.
Emily Adams from the Greenville News joins us every Thursday to talk Gamecock football. We'll be rotating into basketball sooner rather than later. I usually don't end an interview like this, Emily, but I'm going to ask you because I'm assuming, you may have heard some whispers in the wind leading up to today, but now that we have kind of seen it as all but official at this point, just what are your overall thoughts at the conclusion of the year, but with also this breaking news coming today? Just what are your thoughts on the program right now? Like, what's running through your head as far as the state of the Gamecocks?
Yeah, I think, I'm not, throwing up the panic signs over, the finish to the season, the record, all of that. I think, again, that was maybe to be expected this year. And the bar was sort of set almost too high in the first 2 years. I think, if they do lose Juice, depending on what they do in the portal and how things go leading into signing day, I think are going to be the real indicators of where things are headed. Because I think you saw that, last year we saw a mass exodus of their really talented guys in the portal. And saw this really, talented freshman class, stay together and sign anyway, even with a coordinator change. So, it sort of gave that middle of the road impression that, they're doing really well on the recruiting front, but having trouble retaining talent, having trouble competing for top guys. And, it feels like we're sort of in the same situation right now. And the next couple of weeks will determine whether that's accurate or not.
It is going to be interesting by the time we talk next Thursday. I'm sure there will be much more developing out of this story. Emily Adams covers the Gamecocks for the Greenville News. You can find her on social media at EAAdams6, a tremendous follow. And I suspect Emily's going to have some stuff to say over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, it is a busy week in South Carolina sports and my personal sports fandoms. We've got Eagles, Niners this week, so there's a civil war on the South Carolina beat with Dave Cloninger of the Post and Courier. I'm headed up to UNC tonight for women's basketball. So, yeah, lots going on in the next few days.
Emily Adams, you are the best. Thank you. We will talk to you a week from today, ma'am.
All righty. Always a pleasure, Rob.
Mine. Thank you very much. Emily Adams from the Greenville News. Lonzo Reitzel from the Fan Upstate.
Wow, man. So you're going to throw my last name on there. I don't need a last name. Mac Brown won't have to wait to find Drake May's replacement at North Carolina. Former Texas A&M quarterback Max Johnson said on social media yesterday he'll be taking his talents to Chapel Hill to play for the Tar Heels. Spencer Rattler announced yesterday that his decision was made after 2 years in Columbia. Rattler announced he will enter the NFL draft next year. Rattler ends his career with 10,807 yards and 77 touchdowns. Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins announced he'll head to the NFL. Wiggins is projected as one of the top cornerbacks in the draft next year and as a first-round pick. We are your home for Furman football. Tune in Saturday as the Paladins playoff run begins. Furman takes on Chattanooga at 11:30 right here on the Fan, upstate. Rob had trouble opening the door. It's hilarious.
The Upstate Holiday Lights Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, is open now through December 31st. Enjoy the magic of the season with family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I get real sick of having to deal with constant joint pain. I'm a golfer, feels my knees, my hips, and that is why I'm here to tell you all about QC Kinetics and proper outlets. QC Kinetics is advanced regenerative medicine to restore and repair damaged cord tissue, giving you your life back. So your hips, shoulders, elbows, whatever, they can all be treated with natural biologics from your own body. So if you are taking steroid shots that don't work, or if you're trying to avoid then call QC Kinetics right now to schedule your free consultation and learn about these exciting new cutting-edge treatments for pain caused by arthritis or injury with no drugs, no pain meds, and no downtime. It's an all-natural treatment that can give you lasting relief. And people in the area are raving about the results. Be the next one to do that, okay? Call right now. Appointments are available at 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772. That's QC Kinetics in Greenville and Asheville. 864-448-3772.
It's the last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time, grab yours for just $40 and get access to 9 premier courses in the Upstate. Tee it up at Carolina Springs, the Preserve at Verde, the Club at Brookstone, the Rock, Greer Golf, Windsor Triangle, Rolling Green, Pebble Creek, and more. Grab your foursome and hit the course with the Upstate Golf Cart. Order yours today at upstategolfcart.com. $40 for a limited time only. Get yours now while supplies last. Upstategolfcart.com. That's upstategolfcart.com.
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day, and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. All backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answer and price right when you need it. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. It may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTRCM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Upstate. WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3, the official sports voice of you, the Upstate Fan. CBS Sports Radio. Live from the Philadelphia.
And check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represent freedom radio. Yeah.
Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show. Only on
The Fan Upstate.
One more. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth hour of the Rob Brown Radio program goes right now. This is the Fan Upstate. Robin Lonzo with you. Happy Thursday to you. We have got a lot to talk about. We got Fight Club coming up in the next segment. For those of you that have asked, Rashad Beard will join us tomorrow on the broadcast. Rashad had a top secret mission he was engaged in today. Couldn't blow his cover in order to talk Panther football with us, so he will rejoin the show tomorrow to talk a little football with us. And we look forward to that. Thank you to the fantastic Emily Adams for joining us here on the show and talking Gamecocks with us as we found out towards the end of the last hour that Juice Wells is gone. Going to enter his name into the transfer portal coming up on Monday. So, a lot of text have come in so far, and I want to get to them. Text says, Rob, how many times can these college one-year free agents transfer? Twice. 3 times if you are a graduate transfer. For instance, I think Riley Leonard is transferring as a graduate transfer. The graduate transfer rule is still in play, and it is added to your 2 times in the portal. So you may transfer twice. You may transfer a 3rd time if you are a graduate transfer. Those are the new rules. Texter says, until Beamer brings in players that respect the program, this is going nowhere. Juice Wells milked NIL money the entire year, wasted money and wasted money and wasted year. Welcome to I figured it out. Welcome to the new world of college football. As for that loser getting hired in Arkansas, we are at a point where programs are hiring anyone just to get a few dubs. Shameful.
And as far as the Shane Beamer stuff goes, that's happening to a lot of coaches right now. I don't know why you're being specific about him.
So I think there's this narrative that's being created. In fact, you know what? I want to go back to, if you don't mind, Zoe. Grab me that clip. Grab me clip number 1, if you don't mind. This is Matt Rule from yesterday. Now, we're not going to go back into the Matt Rule discussion per se, but I do think the back half of this clip is going to kind of play into the discussion that we're having now. Here is Matt Rule talking about the transfer portal at his end of season press conference yesterday.
I think that the portal for me is I either want to, if we go to the portal, I either want to get someone with at any position, someone with multiple years, I think is on caliber with the guys that we have, or someone who's instant impact upgrade, like someone who can make a difference. Make no mistake that a good quarterback in the portal costs, $1 million to $1.5 million to $2 million right now. So just on the same page, right? So let's make sure we all understand what's happening. So there's some teams that have $6 or $7 million players playing for them. So we just kind of believe in doing things like the old school way, the hard way, building. But that doesn't mean we won't look at people in the portal. We did it last year, right? It just means they have to be clearly an impact player for us if they're like a 1-year player, or they have to be someone that has multiple years to get in our program and develop.
So I think that this is kind of in line with this conversation. Matt Rule said, look, we want to do it the old school way. We want to bring in guys who want to be here. We want to bring in guys who want to be a part of this program, who are proud to be a part of this program. And yes, you do. Do you know what other coach wants to do that? All of them. All of them want to do that. But just like coaches are willing to move from one program to the next. Do you ever think that an athletic director has hired a head coach and thought to themselves, I'm only going to hire a guy who wants to be here, who is proud to be here? Yes, of course. But they also hire these coaches with the understanding like Duke and Mike Elko, for instance, that if a Texas A&M comes a-calling and does so with $76 million in buyout money available, that coach is gone no matter how much he loves the Blue Devils. And I think most of us operate that way, right? I know I do. When I got the job here, first conversation I had with the boss, he said, look, we're not trying to hire somebody who's going to be here for a year or two and hop to a bigger market. Are you going to be here for a while? And I said to him then what I say now. The only way I'm leaving is if I walk into your office and go, this is the offer I got, and it is so good that you shake my hand and congratulate me for getting it. An offer that you go, I understand. Great luck to you. See you down the road. Hope you'll still come visit, right? Players are in the same boat. You can go out and get a guy that's like born and bred Husker, born and bred Gamecock, whatever. But if he knows I get playing time somewhere else that maybe I don't get here, this other place is handing out NIL money to guys in my same position that's 3 times what I'm making here. They're gone, and just like you wouldn't hold it against your barber or your butcher or your milkman. Are there still milkmans? Is that still? I don't think there are anymore,
Well,
right?
Unless if you consider the milk trucks that deliver
No, I'm
to.
talking about like they come to your house.
I was gonna say
I don't think that's a thing anymore.
there's still milkman who deliver to your local grocery store.
Yeah, but like nobody's getting jars of milk on their front door anymore, right?
I don't
think so.
Maybe like in Utah or Idaho or something. I don't know.
Either way, point is, if your butcher or barber or milkman came to you and said, I love you, I love this neighborhood, I love all the people I'm making deliveries to, but I got a better offer, I got to go. You'd be like, congrats, dude. Good on you, bro. Good luck. Wish you the best. Hope to see you around, right?
No. When you have a barber that you love and they suddenly say we're going, no, you get mad about it, and you hope that they're within driving distance so you can drive that extra 20 or 30 minutes to go to them because they know how to make your cut fresh.
But you're not going to flip the guy off and be like, screw you. Screw you and your money grab.
You might be thinking that after you go to the replacement barber and he butchers your hair.
Again, I'm not saying you're going to be thrilled about it, and I'm not saying you're going to be happy, but you'll be happy for the guy, even if you're upset about your inconvenience. Point here is, welcome to reality. You can go grab a dude who is a born and bred whatever you are. But if he's got an opportunity that is better somewhere else, this is the way I put it to Diesel yesterday. Diesel said, look, on average, and I'm using his number. I don't know where he got it or how accurate it is, but I'm going to give him credit for it. He said, I'm frustrated that we're at a point in college football where $100,000 scholarship for room and board and academics and all this is valueless now. And I said, no, you can't look at it that way. You can't look at it that way. Instead of calling it room and board and tuition and food and clothing and blah, 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 just call it what it is, compensation. It's compensation. Even before the NIL and before the portal, this is, you come play football for us, you make our team better, and we will offer you in compensation these things. That's what it is.
It's not compensation.
It absolutely is.
No, you're still getting paid to play. Compensation is pay. How is compensation not pay?
Compensation is you are compensated for your time, and it
Right,
does not mean
paid.
it is in cash.
Barter is still payment.
All right, whatever you want to call it. Again, this is a semantics argument. But
I'm hoping the Diesel is on my side because most people are.
You are being compensated for your time, effort, and ability. Okay, regardless of the form of the compensation, it is you are being compensated.
I need to look up the meaning of compensation?
Sure, go ahead. It is not going to say cash. It's going to say compensation. You are provided with some sort of goods, forms of service, form of payment of some way for your service. And so the way I told Diesel to look at it is the same way I'd say now.
Something typically money. Right. Awarded to someone.
But not necessarily money.
But again, you're still getting paid. You're still getting paid.
Whatever.
If you're getting paid in favors by somebody, you're still getting paid.
Sure. We're arguing over semantics. We don't need to argue over in this conversation. The point is, regardless of the form in which you are being compensated, whether it is cash, tuition, or finger guns, as Lonzo just insinuated, you're getting compensated. And if you can get compensated better somewhere else, you go do that thing. You go do that thing. That's true for all of us. So if Juice feels he can get it better somewhere else, he can do it. Sucks for the Gamecocks. It's a big blow. Now, what are you going to do in order to attract other people away from other programs to come to you and do it there? Look at what Florida State did. Jordan Travis, transfer. Keon Coleman, transfer. Johnny Wilson, transfer. Jaheim Bell, transfer. The only guy that's organic in the entire FSU offense, who this Saturday night plays for an ACT title and a ticket to the Natty, to the semis, the only organic guy is Trey Benson. Everybody else is a transfer. Welcome to the new age of college football. Text just said, where'd the text go? Of course I lost it. I support your stance on the players, and I also don't care about character issue with coaches. Okay, at least you acknowledge that. I respect that and appreciate it. Texture said, Rob, this isn't Petrino's second chance. This is chance number 5 or 6, and he still hasn't done anything to merit all of the chances. Results matter, and he hasn't done anything to prove himself worthy of all the votes of confidence.
By the way, shout out to the former texter, the one before that one, obviously a member of the Spartanburg Mafia.
Hey. Texture said, honestly, good riddance, Juice. Oh, wait, I got to unmute my computer. Honestly, good riddance, Juice. Bull. He was injured all year. There's a lot of people on here that think that Juice was faking it. Goodbye. Dude skipped out on 8 games. See ya. That's a direct quote. Read that as written. A lot of Gamecocks in here think that Juice could have played this year and just decided not to because he knew this was coming.
So like I said at the beginning of it, oh well.
Yeah.
Goodbye. He didn't play anyway. So what are we actually missing? Or them? What are they actually missing?
I mean, honestly, like I said, it's definitely fair. Fan, I'm not saying what he did was wrong. I'm pointing out the fact that we wasted money and time on that guy. Go get your money, kid. But it doesn't change the fact he hustled the university out of money. So here's the fun thing about NIL, right? Here's the fun thing about NIL. We have talked about.
You're going to say he didn't hustle the university. He hustled all the other people?
He absolutely did.
Okay.
He absolutely did.
If that's all true. Yeah. Because it's just the allegations. It doesn't.
Correct. Yeah. If Juice could have played, if Juice was cleared to play, and if Juice just strung it along and not played in order to keep cashing that check, here's the fun thing about money. All of us can invest in whatever we want to invest in. And sometimes we get screwed on those investments.
Yeah, I invest on eating and stuff like that.
I have been to restaurants and invested in eating and caught a real bad meal. And you're like, why did I spend money on this? I could have stayed home and cooked my own baked ziti, which, by the way, I make a mean baked ziti. Okay, I practiced. It's real good.
All right, Pollux the Gamer on Twitch says Oberwise is a dairy company that still does deliveries to homes, but I think it's a Midwest thing. So
I got to assume it is.
So there are still milkmen and women that deliver your milk.
Yeah, I that's got to be it. Scott said, if it's true about Wells, a perfect example of a spoiled brat, has been medically cleared earlier in season and chose not to play, but I'm sure there were NIL benefits going to him. Probably. Now, like I said, do you understand that there is going to be, this is a factor in the market, right? We're a big free market country, ain't we? We're a free market country. No we don't like regulation, historically speaking. This is a variable within the market that sets the market. If you are South Carolina's NIL collective, the Garnet Trust or whatever one he was working with, and you just got burnt by Juice Wells, what is your response to that going to be moving forward? You are probably going to start to hone in on better NIL contracts. You are probably going to start to be a little bit more clever and careful about who you are handing money out to and how you are handing out. Players doing stuff like this is going to level down what the NIL market looks like. It is going to have collectives that are going to be much more judicious in the way that they approach handing out NIL dollars because they're not going to want to get burnt like the collective that, again, if this is true, and that's with a capital I and a capital if it is true that Juice Wells could have played 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 weeks ago and just elected not to because he was going to medical red shirt or whatever, save up a year so that he could transfer with 1 more year of eligibility and therefore 1 more year of cash money down the line, you are going to be a lot more judicious down the line as to how you distribute this money and whom you distribute this money to. Does this suck for South Carolina? You're damn right it does. You're damn right it does. This is a huge loss to a guy that should have been one of the people that you rely on most offensively next year, and now he's gone. And you paid him a lot this year to do it. That sucks. And it is also what we in the business Lonzo like to call a teachable moment. This is a teachable moment. Let's take a break. When we come back, it is Thursday. That means it's time for Fight Club with the great Malonzo. We're talking MMA, boxing, professional wrestling, and more, all coming up next on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Apparently, there are some local companies that will deliver milk, including one in Pelzer.
For the record, I'm not going to do that.
And also, technically, is like Grubhub. If you're ordering milk and they bring it to you, it's still kind of a milkman. But there are milk companies around here that actually do it.
Pollux the Gamer coming through with the clutch info on the stream.
So now that we're staring at conference championship game weekend, the question begs, who of the 4 teams are going to wind up in the college football playoff? I'm going to give you my confidence values right now. I'm most confident Michigan makes it. I think about a 98% chance they beat Iowa. The 40-year-old virgin scores more than the Iowa Hawkeyes offense. I've got Georgia at about a 90%.
Wow, what a horrible edit. No, that was bad. I'm embarrassed.
On your airwaves, Lonzo.
Gonna have to remedy it. Let's send a strongly worded email.
Oh, I thought you were going to go in there and fix it for him.
Some things are even beyond me to fix. I actually could have fixed that.
Oh, man.
Because he started to say Ohio, and then he said Iowa, and he's, yeah.
Holiday Light Show at its new location in District Park. Where's District Park? At the intersection of 123 and 153 near Gamecocks against Speedway. They have millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Upstate Holiday Lights sounds great for the family. How do we get tickets?
You can get info and buy tickets and fast passes at upstatelights.com. We went last year and the kids loved it. It's a Christmas tradition.
I'm taking my family to Upstate Holiday Lights.
We'll meet you there, probably more than once. The family loves it and it puts everybody in the holiday spirit. It kickstarts our hollies and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, is open now through December 31st. Enjoy the magic of the season with family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or surgery? Hi, I'm Dr. Elliot Hirschhorn with New Life Weight Loss, and I know the secret. Our program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally, safely, and effectively. We can help you lose unhealthy fat without counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no HCG, no drugs, and no surgery. Learn more at mynewlifeweightloss.com.
Bill Brady here. Here I'm into the New Life Maintenance Program, and this is the first holiday season I've entered with energy level this high. But that's due to the 45 pounds I've lost, the 12 inches I've lost. It's real New Life weight loss.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. For your free private weight loss consultation, call 864-203-4290. That's 864-203-4290 or online.
I've just found the perfect job for me. At Universal Studios, they have a Whoville.
Yes.
Christmas time, they bring out a Grinch. And they put him in the full movie Grinch makeup. And it comes out and interacts with people. And there are videos going around on the social right now of the guy playing the Grinch who walks up to people with babies and intentionally scares the babies to make them cry and then shows great enthusiasm and joy for doing it. That's hysterical.
Dude.
That is the funniest thing I have ever seen.
I mean, these are the kind of things you don't say
laughing.
On stream,
Dying laughing.
where everyone can hear you say that you want to scare
It is
babies.
the funniest thing on the internet right now. He walks up to a baby and he like looks in his face and he's like, screaming terror now. And the baby starts crying and he turns around and he goes, nailed it, and walks away. It is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think I'd have to be paid a whole lot to do something like that. I don't mind scaring adults, but
I mean, one good day.
babies, come on.
One good day.
Yeah, Roger, Maurice Claret already like last week was trying to get him to come to Ohio State. So yeah. I know. I mean, and he's admitting it. And look at the joy on his face. Like he would.
I've ever seen.
No.
The funniest job I've ever seen.
Welcome to the Fight Club, where I just want to fight with Rob because he wants to scare babies.
Listen, okay, you got to give the context. All right.
Do I?
Yes. You got to give the context. The context here is down at Universal Studios in Orlando, they have a Whoville, like the Dr. Seuss Grinch Who Stole Christmas Whoville that they decorate for Christmas, and they have a character who plays the Grinch. He comes out in like the full Grinch makeup from the Jim Carrey movie, and there are videos going around on the internet right now of him going up to parents who have babies. And there was one I just watched during the break where he walks up to the baby, like real solemn, gets in the baby's face and goes, screaming terror. And the baby starts crying. He looks at the crowd of people, goes, nailed it, and walks away. It is the funniest job on the planet.
All right, speaking of Fight Club,
hilarious.
That's exactly what would happen if you walk up and scare my kid like that. I'm probably going to punch you right in your green face.
You can't punch the Grinch.
Well, why couldn't you? If you're going to
Grinch.
punch anybody, I think punching the Grinch would be perfectly acceptable. Pre-heart getting bigger. I mean,
You have to record the moms laying the smackdown on Rob, says IT Gamecock.
Yeah, see?
If you bring your kid to meet the Grinch, what do you expect?
You said he was wandering around Whoville.
Be sweet to my little baby. No, you brought her to meet the Grinch. The Grinch.
You made it sound like the Grinch is wandering around Whoville.
He's got his little Grinch house. Him and Max.
So they walk to the.
You go to meet the Grinch.
Oh,
It's
that's
like a
different.
character
Okay, all right.
If you bring a baby,
I thought he was like
Grinch.
a wandering actor, just walking around the park and doing that.
This is what I'm saying. This is the entitled parent attitude. No, this character should change character to be nice to my sweet baby. No, it's the Grinch. His whole thing is being a jerk. That's the Grinch.
I don't know where you got that last part from because you left out details that were important. If you would have said from the beginning you had to go up to the Grinch, that's totally different. That's on you. You walked up there towards something that's scary.
We're good.
You made it sound like he was wandering around. Speaking of scary, last night on AEW, MJF was attacked by black-clad figures, and now we know who one of them is. And they're going to pretend like you don't know who he is, but you can tell who one of those guys in black is by their back. I mean, it's not like it's Samoa Joe. I mean, if Samoa Joe, first of all, he'd have to find a really big shirt to go.
Real big shirt.
Yeah. But the way he stood, and I've seen this guy firsthand while eating popcorn in a lobby, it's Wardlow. I mean, the picture they throw up there, and then he comes out like in the next match, and his hair's all messed up. But if you see him standing there, his back, there's only a couple guys who have a back and hold themselves that way. It's definitely him. So there are still the rumors out. I mean, who's with him? Guarantee it's him. They could change it though. They can put anybody under there. I think it's him and Roddy and the boys attacking MJF. And I think their leader, because she just tweeted out very disparaging things towards MJF, is our friend Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. That is my theory, that she has rallied everyone who hates MJF and wants to take him down because she doesn't believe he's really Adam Cole's friend.
There's two types of people. IT Gamecock said you have to record the mom's laying the smackdown on Rob, and a texter said I need Alonzo Mudshot for assaulting the Grinch actor. I love that there is a very clear divide in the audience.
I'm gonna straight up look like Nick Nolte. I mean, I'm gonna be disheveled. I mean, Nick Nolte. I mean, if you're going to do it, you might as well look that way. I'm sure you've heard theories, and I know we've talked about it before, but I think last night, and by the way, there's going to be a match next week, or we may find out that Joe orchestrated the whole thing. Joe and MJF versus two of the members of whoever they are.
For the record, am enjoying this whole thing greatly.
It's the only thing that AEW's got going right now.
I would not agree with that. I think honestly, I'm loving the Julia Hart stuff.
Yeah, but
I think Julia's doing great. I am loving this tournament they've got going on.
I
think the tournament's a blast. Brian Danielson
in the eye patch
on commentary
in the eye patch
is incredible.
All right, so this really comes down to, I think you love it because you're a soccer fan. And because it's pull play. That's really what it comes down to. Pull play is ridiculous. All right, win and go home. I'm even okay with double elimination. Been in some double elimination tournaments in wrestling. That's fine. You got a chance to work your way back. But in double elimination, usually you can't work your way back to number one. You can just work your way up to three. Round robin they were going to have these matches anyway. You throw this label on them. Oh, it's round robin.
Yeah, there's stakes.
Yeah, okay.
Wrestling is about stakes. It's always been about stakes. If you have a rivalry that has no stakes to it, you have a boring-ass rivalry. Put some stakes on it, and let's have a bunch of different things happen. And on top of that, it creates a bunch of different matches that you wouldn't – if you don't do round robin, you just have Starks v. Mox, loser goes home. You get one Ricky Starks match. This way you're getting three. And then you still get to move ahead the guy that you want to move ahead. I think it's a brilliant idea. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't. My question for you, and then I got to fix something really quick while you expound.
Happy to do so.
Because the break just kept on playing, so I got to fix that. AEW, I think they have a major problem, and it's if MJF is truly injured. So it's out there that his labrum is injured to the point where he may have to have surgery, but he's still going to go through with some matches, and also that he's got a hip, and
he has a hip.
Yeah, he's got a hip.
2 hips.
You know, he's got a hip.
And my hips don't lie.
When older folks say they got a hip, they got a problem, and he's not older, but I am, so I'm saying he's got a hip. MJF is AEW right now. If he goes out injured, they are in big trouble.
Look, they have two options here, right? They have two options here. They have option number one, which is that they do nothing and they just try to coast until he gets back. Or option two is Tony, and I think this is a good opportunity for this, and I hope it's what happens. They have the opportunity for Tony to take a step back, to hand over some of the booking, right? Because let's call AEW what it was, and to some degree still is. It's Tony's video game in real life, right? Like he goes, this is the match I want. Write me a story that ends in this match. And while there is, in the world of authorship, there is a valid way to go, I want to tell a story that ends this way, and then write the story to the ending. The better stories are not put together that way and are put together with a lot of versatility, right? If I'm an author and I go, I want a story that ends with my hero learning this twist and then it drives him to do that, that's fine, because every page before that is blank. But with wrestling, that's not the case. You can't go, this is the match. I want to end with a Moxley Starks match. And I need you to tell me a story that gets me there, because Moxley's got this stuff going over there and Starks has got this stuff going over there. And you kind of gotta put a hard stop on those. You got to start weaving together stuff that maybe you got to throw together pretty quick because you're on a deadline. It doesn't really work. So this would be a fantastic time and opportunity, in my opinion, for Tony Khan to take a step back, to take a deep breath, to relax, to hand over some of the creative to creative people, to allow do what you did when you started AEW. You know why the first couple of years of AEW was so damn good? Because they went and they said, hey, wrestlers, do wrestling stuff. You tell the stories. You work together to come up with a satisfying story and conclusion and all that. And I think this is a real good opportunity for them to get back to that.
All right. So Saturday night, there were 3 big returns in the WWE, 3 huge returns. I want to know which one you think is the most impactful. Is it Randy Orton? Is it CM Punk? Or is it R-Truth?
Well, for me personally, it's R-Truth. What's up?
That's the only answer right there.
Because that dude's the best. R-Truth is the best.
Have you seen the Jelly Roll?
Yep.
Yes.
So good.
Yes.
So good.
It's okay. Nasty. It's okay because they were all natural ingredients in the Jelly Roll.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. I love R-Truth. That dude is the funniest thing in wrestling maybe ever. I love him. That being said, the real answer to this is Punk. Like it or not, the answer is Punk. Orton is big because you know Orton's going straight to main event feud.
Yeah, see, I'm going with Randy Orton because here's the thing. CM Punk, how long is he going to be there? And it's just you're just looking at recency, and you should about how he comes in, trouble happens, whether he causes it or not, and then he's gone, comes back, and is gone again. I'm just looking at what happened in AEW, what his reputation is. Whether it's real or not, what his reputation is, and he just rubs people the wrong way. Triple H bringing him in, though, my first concern was, oh, man, here we go. Now they've got a problem. They didn't need him. Now he's going to cause turmoil in a company that's doing really well right now. But he's bringing a ton of people back. The business is doing so well that they're not giving out complimentary tickets, which we usually get around here. I'm not telling a secret. There's a reason why we get to go, because events come around and they want us to talk about them, so they give out complimentary tickets. That's what happens in radio all across the country, all across the world, because I know someone who actually was on radio in Ireland, so I know it happens other places too. They're doing really, really well. They don't need to bring him in. But I think this is more proof that CM Punk or that Triple H is in charge. And my next question for you, Sasha Banks, is she coming back?
All right. I'm not done with Punk yet.
Okay. All right.
I'm not done with Punk
yet. I had to talk. I'm obligated to talk about him. I mean, you know.
I'm not done with Punk yet. Let me throw this out there. Number one, the reason WWE is in a good spot with Punk here is because I've got to think at this point, CM Punk is out of options, right? If this doesn't work, it's like you're going to Impact next. That's all that's left at this point. And so it's not that CM Punk,
if Impact's in Chicago, he'll be there.
It's not that Punk's on a short leash. Punk's not on a leash. Triple H is holding the collar. He's not got him on a leash. He's holding the collar at this point. I think number one. I think number two is at this point, if Punk ain't learned by now, you got to think of what he had in AEW. He was Tony Khan's favorite thing. The only reason Collision exists is because Punk wasn't happy with Dynamite. So Khan created an entirely new show where Punk got to be the main character on the wrestling show, which is what he wanted. And then he blew that up. He couldn't even, they made him a CM Punk show, and he couldn't even get that right. So you got to think he's learned the lesson. And here is the biggest impact here. There's an enormous chunk of fans who still love CM Punk. I don't understand them, but they still love CM Punk. On the flip side, there's an enormous chunk of fans that I am in that go, I'm going to watch this because it's going to end one of two ways. It's either going to end with Punk finally, because we know when Punk is on his game, he is one of the best in the world. I will take that to a fight. It's going to go one of two ways. He's either going to end getting it right, and he's going to go back to being one of the best wrestlers in the world, or number two, he is going to get it way wrong. This whole thing's going to go up in flames, and who's waiting there to just dive bomb it? Seth freaking Rollins.
All right, so speaking of Seth Rollins, I think the real reason you bring CM Punk in, and we know his first beef is with Rollins, is to add legitimacy to that belt, because that belt is a secondary belt, whether they say it is or not, it is. And if he can take him down, and we know Cody's not going after that belt. He's just not. Every time he acts like he's going to, he gets interrupted. He's going to be going against Roman at WrestleMania. And it's probably going to be CM Punk and Seth Rollins at WrestleMania, which is fine. And I think to some degree, it actually does help the belt if Seth Rollins beats CM Punk. If we can get a CM Punk without all the controversy, if he can keep things out of the courtroom and everything else for the next 2 or 3 months, then that would be cool. And then hopefully he'll go away afterwards. That's what I want.
CM Punk is one of the biggest draws in professional wrestling. You don't have to like it, but it's verifiably true.
You're right. I don't have to like it. And as long as I can talk about not liking it, I'm going to.
That's fine. But at the end of the day,
you can't convince me to like it. And you don't want to convince me to like him, because where's the fun in that?
Just like any other person, place, or thing, what makes money is what goes to the top. This guy's got the potential to make $1 billion for this company just by showing up, cutting some promos, wrestling. I'm being facetious, but you get the point. He can print money for WWE, right? He can not only print money, but if they can get it right and he doesn't implode, they can also go, would you look at that? Now, the two biggest stars in the history of AEW are both our guys.
All right, just a couple more things before we go to break. Adam Copeland dropped an F-bomb yesterday. Woo. There we go. Yeah, and the thing is, they have a dump button. They let it go through. So everyone going, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that. That's, you know how TV works. A lot of this, I mean, Rob can speak to this a little more than I can, but producers are producers, and they were dumping stuff all through the night. It wasn't like it was a curse word and then a curse word. They had plenty of time. They could have dumped it. They knew it was coming.
Listen, it's like the once a year that one lady wrestler in WWE calls another lady wrestler, it's an impactful moment.
And that may or may not be true when she says that. I don't know.
It's an impactful moment. It is like in any given action movie, you've got to have that moment that makes you as a viewer go, and reels you in. It is, with the exception of Jon Moxley, why you see a wrestler bleed once a year, because they want you to look and go, oh, damn, they are tearing it up.
So Mox runs into a door accidentally. He's probably blood all over his house.
I mean, listen, only one wrestler has ever headbutted a locker and cut himself.
Well, that's true. One last thing, and we see you stream, but we got to go to break. Sting's last match is announced in Greensboro, North Carolina.
We might be going, dude.
On March 3rd, which is a Sunday.
I don't care.
Which no. That means
you can go.
That means there's nothing holding us back except for I'll get sick going into the mountains, and I don't know how far Greensboro is, but
don't worry, I'm looking right now.
And you would have to drive, and I'll have to put something over my head so I can't freak out going through the mountains because anxiety. But I still want to go see Sting's last match.
Greensboro, North Carolina it's 3 hours. I kind of feel like we're roadieing to go see Sting's last match, man.
It's not bad.
It's not at all. It's up by Winston-Salem. Actually, not only, you might just have to meet me there because I might go hit the triangle because it's like right between Winston-Salem, Durham, and Raleigh. So that might, I need to see if there's a Carolina basketball game that night. That might be it. That might finally be when I go see Duke/North Carolina play. I got to look at the sketty. That's it. That's conference play, too. That's good stuff. All right, coming back to wrap this show up. I am Rob. He is Alonzo. Somebody just called AEW, quote, a glorified house show. I love it. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
By the way, Flair's mic work yesterday, it was bad. It was really bad. I felt
it was bad?
Yeah, it was like, no, and I know how this is going to sound, and I don't mean it to sound as mean as it might. It was Corso bad. Like maybe someone should have said, no, Rick, you're just here to be with your buddy and wish him well, but that was not. I mean,
Trey, let's do it, man. We'll take a look at it. Actually, let's see. Let's see what those get. If I can get a little Saturday night college basketball in.
I'm guessing, James, that they'll bring somebody in, some special person for it to be. It's not going to be Flair. Flair already did his last match.
No, it's not going to be Flair.
But it'll be someone that they'll bring in. Maybe it'll be against Darby. Maybe Darby will be his final match.
What did you say it was?
March 3rd, I believe. Yeah, March 3rd.
UNC, NC State, Saturday night, Chapel Hill. I might be going to Carolina. Let's see. What about Duke? Because if they're at home too, and I got to pick one.
Oh, I thought you were going to try to hit them up too.
No, I can't do both in the same day.
Well, no, I mean maybe they have a day game
Sunday night. I'll take Monday off.
Or maybe they have a day game on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then you can,
March. They are at home against Virginia the same day, Saturday. I got to pick one. What do I do? Do I go to North Carolina? Do I go to Duke?
How far apart are they at the exact same time now?
One's at North Carolina's at 4. I could go the first half of North Carolina, second half of Duke. How far between Raleigh and Durham?
It's quite a few people interested in
They
going.
are 30 minutes apart from each other.
That's not.
So I could do the first half at North Carolina, the second half at Duke, and hit them both in the same day.
You have enough time to secure passes for such things that you wouldn't have to. You could just go right in.
Exactly. Get an Airbnb overnight, stay for Sting, come back afterwards.
Sounds like a fun little spring trip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't hate that at all.
Don't be gone long. Shout out to Rob Brown for covering while I fixed the thing that happened. It's teamwork. Love teamwork. Stuff like that happens all the time. You don't usually talk about it, but
So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. that. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get up to 40% off vanities. And there's more. Get up to 50% off select tools and accessories from trusted top brands like DeWalt and Craftsman. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. About 11/30 through 12/6. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
Cool. Wrapping up this edition of the show, ladies and gentlemen, Robin Lonzo. Texture said Greensboro is not in the mountains. It's near Raleigh. Yeah, I just looked it up. So here's my question.
Yeah, but do you have to go through the mountains to get to it?
I think like the Asheville Mountains, which are not like mountains so much as real big hills.
Yeah, it's still, to my messed up brain,
Fair enough.
it's still mountains.
So here's my question, ladies and gentlemen. Here's my question. I thought to myself, all right, Greensboro's up there by Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, that kind of area. And so I went and looked. And on that Saturday night, the wrestling match is on Sunday. On that Saturday night, Duke and North Carolina are both at home. North Carolina is at home taking on NC State. Duke is at home taking on Virginia. Those might be pretty good games. My question is, if I commit to it, do I go watch UNC play in Chapel Hill? Do I go watch Duke play? Or do I do both? Because the UNC game is at 4 p.m. The Duke game is at 6. There is a 30-minute drive from one campus to the other. So do I go watch the first half of North Carolina from like 4 to 5, get in the car, drive to Duke, and then go watch the second half of Duke, Virginia? Or do I just commit to North Carolina or just commit to Duke?
I just want to say a helicopter will get you there faster.
Yeah, well, I don't have one. I'm talent, but I'm not that talented.
You could send a note downstairs. I'm sure Steve's got a couple. He'll help you out.
I mean, I'll make the call. I suspect I'm not going to get permission to borrow the company helicopter. So I'll ask you, is anybody in the audience got experience with either or both teams? On Saturday, the night before Sting's last match in Greensboro, North Carolina, do I drive up and go to the North Carolina-NC State game, which is a rivalry game of sorts? Do I drive up and go to the Duke-Virginia game? Or do I drive up, do the first half of North Carolina-NC State, drive over to Duke, and do the second half of Duke-Virginia? Which of those is the right plan? Now, I fully intend on getting back up there at some point to kind of experience the whole thing. But for those of you that have done either or both, which one of those two do I do? Do I go half at North Carolina, NC State, half at Duke, Virginia? Do I do the full UNC game or the full Duke game? Because I will do one of them at the minimum.
Also, what are you wearing? I mean, are you wearing a company shirt?
I'll go company polo.
Yeah, but our blue, which is it closer to?
Our blue is more Duke blue.
Yeah.
It is more Duke blue. I can wear the white polo, and then I can go wherever because
they
both wear white.
There you go.
So I'll go white polo over like dark jeans. I think that's the way to play it. I do. Texas said NC State, UNC, that game is big. That's my lean. My lean is go UNC, NC State, and save Duke for another day. I also am keeping in mind that like I'm getting hitched next year, so my vacations are going to be relatively limited in the wedding saving portion of my life. I think UNC, NC State might be the play. I got time. We'll talk about it.
Sounds like a fun trip. It does, for sure.
100%.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Wow, you talked over my pause. Look at you. All right, the first thing is Xing, yo, is Deion Sanders.
Deion's in trouble, bro. Deion's in trouble. Deion has had every 4 and 5-star commit, decommit over the past handful of days. And I suspect that he is trending. I don't know this for a fact. I didn't cheat. I suspect he is trending because at least 1 or 2 top-notch players on his team are transferring out.
He has been named the Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year.
I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, but did the AI vote him that, or
No.
or did
Dude, what the hell happened to Sports Illustrated?
or did actual people do it? I don't know.
What the hell happened to sport? Do you guys remember when Sports Illustrated was the game in sports media? Sports Illustrated was the game, and they just got busted up and roughed up because they were having AI writers write garbage columns and publish them as if they were legitimate. And then when they got called out on it, they just deleted them and pretend it never happened. Do you remember when Sports Illustrated was the game and now it is just a soulless corporate money grab?
It's also the beginning of the AI takeover of the world. It started at Sports Illustrated.
Starts with SI.
Yes, it did. Who knew that would happen? All right, the next thing is trending, or Xing, or it's messed up. Whatever it is Ryan Shazier.
I got nothing.
Oh, you don't know?
I got nothing.
You don't know? I mean,
Nope.
What a story! I mean, he was paralyzed and all that. Cheating on his wife.
What?
His wife has put it out there. Yeah. So I mean, it's
all right. Hang on.
It's kind of a big deal. You can't hang on too long. We ain't got that much time.
Ryan Shazier is, according to his wife, a quote liar and cheater. She put the NFL linebacker on blast by sharing raunchy text messages she claims he sent to another woman. Michelle, who has been with Ryan since well before his career-ending spinal cord injury, unleashed on her husband in a since-deleted Instagram post on Wednesday saying a person that loves his family, this is what they do to their family, the wife that has been there with him since day one. And the texts are now oh, no, Ryan. Ryan, what are you doing, dude? Texas said, are you buying tickets or are you planning to have a press pass? I think I got to sit in the stands for that, right? I think I got it. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. The Friday edition is next. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. Thanks for listening. Have a lovely day. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah!
Can't believe you didn't see the Shazier stuff.
I honestly did not. Sorry, I'll be right back. I'm reading these texts.
You know, and what a story he was, his recovery, being able to walk and all that kind of stuff. And wow, if it got robbed, it must be pretty bad.
I want to tell you guys, he sent her pictures of the covers of 2 books. And I want to tell you what the books are. But like, even I am tiptoeing on, this feels borderline inappropriate.
We are on stream, so I mean, we're on internet. I just, how bad could it be?
Oh, well, with that, challenge accepted. He sent her about 3 screenshots into their conversation, the covers of a couple of books that he would like her to, are these books or DVDs? Yeah, they're paperback books. The first one is The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex for Women.
Okay.
The second one is Blow by Blow, a step-by-step guide on how to give BJ's.
Okay.
So explosive that he will be willing to do anything for you.
Yeah, you're right. That's pretty bad.
Ryan, what are you doing, dude? You know, like, just get divorced. You know what I mean? Like, just get divorced. Just be like, you know what? I'm screwing around. I want out. Here's half my money. See you when I see you. Do you lose half your money if you divorce before the adultery? Right? Because you lose half your money if you cheat.
Depends on how good the lawyer is, I guess.
That's probably fair. That's probably fair. Tyreek is on first take. Well, a tweet of Tyreek's on first take saying 2 is the most underrated quarterback in the league, and it's sad.
Wait. I thought he was the most accurate. Can you be the most accurate and underrated?
I mean, if people don't call you the most accurate, but you are the most accurate.
I done told you he's the most accurate.
I trust Reed.
Disrespectful.
I trust Tyreek. All right, dudes and dudettes. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to y'all for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed it, except for the Ryan Shazier stuff. Outside of that, hope you enjoyed the show. See you back here tomorrow. Tell your friends about us. Love you. Bye.